So welcome to the 3Ws Oval for the seventh round encounter in the BCA Elite Division, where the home side, the University of the West Indies, are up against the defending champions, the Wildey side here in a encounter which is very much in the middle of the table. I'm Andy Payne. I have alongside me Wayne Holder. Wayne, these two teams coming into this game. Wildey there in fourth position. Sorry, UWI there in fourth position on 69 points. Wildey, the defending champions, on 67 points. So closely tussled in that middle table. How do you call it?
Well, yes, and first of all, let's say good afternoon to all our listeners, of course. Welcome to the broadcast. And a very important game for both of these teams. You talk about that middle positions, but if you have a close look at the points, you will recognize that Wildey on 67 points and in fifth place, but only 10 points away from the top of the table, where the Gladiola on 77. So this series could be very, very critical towards who come out of this series at the top of the standing. So UWI 69 points, again, just 8 points away from the lead. A team defeated in the very first match, and some alarm bells began to ring. But since then, they have really improved by leaps and bounds, and finding themselves in the tussle. So 1 to 5, 77 to 67. Then we've got a bit of a middle area, and then at the very bottom, we know Windward and Wanderers, those two teams fighting in the relegation zone.
Okay, so as we're about to start this game in the middle, I can tell you the Wildey team, they won the toss and they've elected to bat. The UWI side, you could just about to see play about to get under the way. It looks like Shamar Holder. He will be entrusted to open the bowling for the home side. First delivery just down the leg side. So first runs really for the Wildey side, Wayne. As you see him just picking up a single, going down to the fine leg area. That's Zachary McCaskey.
Well, Wildey starting with McCaskey, the right-hander, and Demetrius Richards, very busy left-handed player, and Shamar Holder starting the bowling for UWI, very much on the comeback trail. Shamar Holder has had his problems over the past couple of seasons with injury and the like. Has been out of the setup as for the Barbados team at the regional level, but at least we see him getting a number of games in the local competition, and really looking to build himself back up towards his best.
Delivery, good carry through to wicketkeeper Richards. So a battle of the Richards, really. Two brothers who both played at the first class level, both played the trade as wicketkeepers. Wayne's the Mario, he's on the home side here, and his brother Demetrius Richards, who only recently was the wicketkeeper for Barbados Pride in the first class season.
Well, yes, the Richards boys, both of them are keepers. And Demetrius, though, is the one who has really made
impress all and sundry here in this round.
Well, yeah, fitness has always been his trademark as far as physical fitness. Sometimes his problem has been fitness to bowl. Very, very fit individual, but not always fit to bowl. There we see him tucking the left-handed Richards up with one pitch back of a length. And let's take a quick look at the Wildey team for you here, Andy. We've got this pair at the wicket. We've got Carlos Maynard, Shane Paris, Jerome Jones, the captain, Tariq O'Neill, Jaden Leacock, Shenaldo Taylor, Joshua Dorn, Desmond Currency, and Nimar Bolden. That makes up the 11 for the visiting Wildey team. Holder bowling from the north, the Roberts and holding end. Again, Richards not forced to play. Delivery angling across the left-hander. Field 3 slips and a gully in place. There's also a square cover. The mid-off is wideish, bordering on extra cover. Then there is a man at a short mid-on, a fine leg, and then a man deep on the boundary under the mahogany tree, in the shadow of the mahogany tree over on the east at deep backward square.
That man being Joshua Bishop, one who we'll be keen to see in this encounter, fresh off of an excellent first class season. And UWI, sure they're happy to have him in their lineup for this game. As the first over comes in anyway, and at the end of it, winning the toss and letting to bat, they will decide they're a 1-for-no-loss.
Yes, a fairly uneventful first over there from Holder, conceding the single first ball to McCaskey, but ever since then to the left-hander. Not forced to play the deliveries wide of the leg stump, wide of the off stump, and Richards just very much prepared to get the pace of the pitch, see the bumps, get accustomed to the light, and just have something of a sighter in that first over. Looking at the UWI side, Andy, we've got Joshua Bishop back in the team. Jonathan Carter, that should strengthen them, Bishops. Kyle Corbin, the captain. Calvin Marcus, fast bowler. Hans Campbell. Demario Richards, whom we mentioned. Javed Leacock, Kyle Jordan, Shamar Holder, Jay Clark, and Zion Brathwaite.
Yeah, two very good teams put together, respectively. On paper, two evenly matched teams, in my view, Wayne. Like I said, but it's going to be Jonathan Carter who's interested to share the new ball with Shamar Holder. He'll be bowling his off spinners. I can assure you, he's got in place 2 slips, Wayne.
The very versatile Jonathan Carter. Over the years, we've seen him operate in many different avatars as a cricketer. And here he is now bowling the new ball. And bowling his off spin. And it's been very effective. I think he had a 4-wicket haul in the last innings in the previous series.
As I said, a very good player, utility player, who's been able to do all jobs in all capacities, pace, albeit spinning presently. He's been a wicket keeper at some parts. and we know his main forte, really, that as a left-handed middle order player. He's done so well for the Barbados team over the years. He's also went on to represent West Indies in some ODIs.
Yes, he's tried his stuff as a medium pacer. He's now an off spinner. You mentioned his wicket keeping. I always remember Jonathan Carter from the very beginning, playing at the primary school level. And he came to prominence. One season in the Herman Griffith, the primary school competition, scoring 100 and then taking all 10 wickets. I'm not so sure if it happened in the same match, but it definitely happened in the same season, where he got all 10 wickets in an innings and also scored 3 figures.
Yeah, very much a household name from his junior years and progressed all along. Maybe very much now in his twilight, but still here on the park, like I said, and producing for the university team.
Putting all that experience to use. So we've had a switch in the strike again, rotation in the strike. McCaskey picking up yet another single, so it's 2 for no loss. And for the first time, Richards feels ball onto bat, just pushes it back along the track. Over number 2 completed 2 for none. Wildey winning the toss and batting.
Yeah, 2 for no loss, just quiet start. Like I said, just really getting the grips of proceedings and the conditions around you. Pitch, comment on the pitch. Wayne, you've been out there in the middle, saw some strings of grass in it. Seems to be a hard surface. Speaking to Captain Kyle Corbin, he said there's a bit of moisture around. If he had won the toss, he would have really wanted to have a bowl first as well. So it kind of fell into his hands in that regard. But the surface, which he says, got some tinges of green on it. There's some grass around. So I'm sure the Pacers, they want to exploit whatever they have given in this early afternoon encounter.
Wide, much too wide there, Holder. Yes, Andy, the pitch, though, I made an observation that I made. It's a pitch divided in 2 halves. The area towards the south of us, to which the area in which Holder is now bowling, has a fair good covering of grass, of good green live grass. At the other end, it appears to be a bit, but the grass itself appears to be a bit drier. It is live grass rolled into the pitch, but there's more greenery, let's put it that way, on that far end, at the southern end.
Short delivery over the head of McCaskey, who just have a duck and allow that one to go through to Richards. But as you say that, then it can tell about the strategies of what the university sides have started with. Here you speak about that live grass, that green tinge on the southern side, and that's where they've trusted Shamar Holder to bowl from this northern end, and Jonathan Carter with his off spinners to bowl from the southern end, where you're saying it's a bit more drier to his part of the wicket.
Yeah, so interesting to see how it plays as the day progresses. Definitely no surprise seeing the faster bowler coming from this end, though.
Good delivery, brings his man forward.
Yes, the first delivery that really asked the question of either batter. One lined up just on a good length, bringing the stumps into play.
Yes, man, and this outfield, the 3Ws Oval, as you know, is had first class matches being played here over the years. It's a very lovely looking outfield, albeit the grass looks a little bit on the heavy side, but the outfield looks lush and green and excellent.
On the legs again, and it looks like a couple runs here for McCaskey. Holder getting a bit straight, and McCaskey working it away into the mid-wicket area. Kyle Jordan had a dive, got a hand to it, but was unable to prevent. Well, at least he saved his team at least one run. Match being played on the center strip, more or less. If we look at the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 strips on the square, this one played exactly in the middle of those 5 is down the leg side Holder.
Yes, just right there by in the middle, when he said got lovely surface here. The square looks good. It's just one pitch there to the left of the screen, which obviously is on the preparation. Well, that's the only one really that is void of grass. All the others seems to be very well covered with grass.
Yes, very much so. And you talked about the outfield, but you know the University of the West Indies 3Ws Oval has always been one of those very well kept grounds with the facilities and
good delivery. Just have a look at that one. Watch it go through to the keeper. That's the line and the length he would want to be a bit more consistent on. Shamar Holder as over number 3 comes to an end when at the end of it they're 4 for no loss.
4 for no loss. All 4 going to a McCaskey. Holder there a bit more probing. Actually got the batters to play at a couple more deliveries than he would have managed in that first over. Still warming to his work. And I think conditions in which a fast bowler could enjoy. Definitely a bit of moisture still around, some high cloud, although it's fairly warm. Some high cloud, nice breeze. But I think good conditions. If I were a fast bowler, I would enjoy having a workout in these kind of conditions.
Yes, bit of cloud cover around. So, it's hot. Here it is, Carter bowls to the left-handed Richards, who goes down the ground, hit that one bouncing back over the bowler's head to bring up his first boundary, his first runs of the afternoon, and he moves up to 4, the total goes up to 8.
Yes, Carter going a bit full, bowling around the wicket, so bowling basically into the arc of the left-hander, and floating this one up and with the mid-off and mid-on inside, saving one. Richards having no problem, no hesitation in going the aerial route.
Yes, fresh off of a century in the last round, 165. Demetrius Richards. And it's good to see him at the top of the order. I mean, he's always one who's had a lot of batting ability, but you know he would have played much of his innings in the middle order. but given the chance to open up the batting for his club here, Wildey, and taking full advantage of that decision.
Yes, having a good season. You mentioned it earlier. He did have some exposure at the regional first class level, and one can see his game consistently improving. Yeah, on the up. And one of
It's a good stop. Just parry down, can't prevent the single though. Looks like Leacock at that point region. A ball short outside the off, and McCaskey just punching that one to backward point with Javid Leacock. Another player with first class experience. Just doing the work there at backward point.
Yes, Richards, a contender for the one of a number of contenders for the wicket keeper's job in the in the Barbados setup, both at the white ball and red ball formats.
Yes, a position presently being held by Lenico Boucher, but it wasn't so long ago that Richards was that man.
Well, yes, he was. But you know, the wicket keeper's position has been one that has come in for quite a lot of debate. Now we're going above this level. We're talking about at the West Indies level. Interesting to see Josh De Silva regaining his position as the keeper. But that brings us to the end of Carter's over. At the end of it, the fourth of the innings, Wildey 10 for no loss.
Yes, Wayne, and you continue that debate about the wicket keepers.
Yes, as I said, interesting to see Josh De Silva. There's been a bit of a case of, if you can call it, musical chairs. We saw De Silva lose his position to Tevin Imlach, who took the job, India, New Zealand of recent. Then now we saw on the weight of very heavy scoring in the regional four-day competition, De Silva demanding his position, especially with Imlach not actually putting up the scores to remain a real contender.
Yes. You speak about that, and you know, Shea Hope, who's absent from this game with injury. Obviously, he would have held the gloves in some tests as well. As recent a couple of years ago, his reintroduction to Test cricket, he came back as the wicketkeeper.
Yes, and we can go even further. Amir Django, who has done excellently here in his second match, is also a practicing wicketkeeper. So Holder is over pitching and getting a hand to it, keeping the scoring down to a single. Well timed by McCaskey, getting a full pitch delivery.
Yeah, who himself, McCaskey, only recently as well, was the one who was carrying the opening flag really for the Barbados Pride. And this season losing his position really of recent, and a man who we think still would like to see himself back into that Barbados Pride colours. So he just needs to get back going, Zach McCaskey, and get some of those big numbers on his belt.
Part of a very strong batting lineup for this Wildey side. As Holder continues to find good areas, bowling well within himself, not exerting himself, looking for that extra pace so far. Just looking to find his lines and his lengths. Hasn't offered a lot to hit.
And he's bowled down. First wicket to goes. Shamar Holder has first strike. Losing the wicket there is Richards. Cleaned up bowl, nook and crop with an excellent delivery, full in length, and just seems to get a bit of in swing really, and take into the stumps of that man Richards, fresh off of a big century.
Once again, keeping the stumps in play. Shamar Holder bowling around the wicket to the left-hander, and Richards looking to get on to the front foot, looking for the drive, and I believe that one would have crept in that gap between the inside edge of the bat and the pad, and taking the off stump out of the ground, and success for Holder, success for the UWI side, getting rid of the informed Demetrius Richards. Clean bowled.
Yeah, good start there for the UWI side, the home team. Losing that wicket is a Wildey side. Obviously, Shamar Holder, he'd be happy. Like you said, when Brandon Stumps into play, a full delivery seems to be coming back into the left-hander and just losing his shape really a little bit, just playing inside of that ball and taking first strike really is Shamar Holder. Excellent start for the UWI.
Good start for him, good start for UWI. Just to tell our viewers also that we didn't mention the officials involved in this game. Sherwin Cottington, the umpire standing in front of us here at the northern end, and then away at the south we've got Ms. Jalissa Callender, one of the up-and-coming female umpires. We also got Mr. Dennis De Pisa, who's the match referee. And he's got a young trainee with him, Mohammed
Nana, yeah. Yes.
So, full complement of officials.
And we've got the ever so competent scorers as well. And Nigel Seeley doing that work for the Wildey side, and John Delaney for the home side. So
yeah, that's the top of the class. Those are two of the top scorers. More scorers are the top scorers. They score the most runs for the respective teams.
Yeah, full form every season.
Every time.
So the new batter,
Shenaldo Taylor, struck on the pad, but that one, even from here, you can tell, angling down the leg side. Going on to the back foot to a delivery, a quicker one from Holder. We saw a bit more effort put into that delivery, but the ball definitely from around the wicket, angling down the leg side, and Taylor struck on the right pad.
yeah, that one looks a bit high as well there, Wayne. Height a factor as well. But Shamar Holder, like you said, really getting into his straps now.
Yes. This is actually his third over, so quite warm now. Another good delivery. This one down on the off stump, not coming back in, just holding its own. But Taylor picking up the line and not offering a shot. Good carry through to the wicket keeper. And the end of a successful over.
So good over for the Wildey side, like you said, sorry, for the UWI side. The home side, Shamar Holder striking in the third over, picking up that dreaded wicket really of Richards, like you said, coming off of a century in. That will be a big wicket. So got the lights now of Shenaldo Taylor, who's joined McCaskey, and they will need to just first of all just spend some time, get a good partnership going. Remember, we said this game is very much in the mid-table, just some 2 points separating them between positions 4 and 5.
Yes, and the Wildey team, though, has been rather consistent with the bat all season. They have put up some of the biggest scores in the competition this year. I think their game is really built on a strong batting lineup and a very effective spin bowling attack. Sometimes as many as 4 spinners they can field.
Yeah, and speaking to some in the Wildey camp, as this one is thrown nicely up to extra cover there by McCaskey. Yeah, they haven't been able to put together consistently their best 11s in terms of their batting lineup for one reason or the other. Many of the times, players are off to do other work, and they said that's really hampered their positions in terms of being as competitive as they would have been over the seasons.
And although what it does say for them, though, that there's some depth in the club generally, because they have always had adequate replacements to call on, doing without at the moment the services of Akeem Jordan, because
Ooh, and is that a drop
I
catch?
think he put it down. Good effort, hit hard into the covers. Is that
Jordan.
Jordan there at cover? Yes, and he did manage to get both hands to it. Seemed to have it for a brief second, but as he hit the ground, as he tumbled to the ground, the ball spilling from his grasp. But a delivery pitched up outside the off stump and driven hard, powerfully, but in the air by Taylor. A let off for him.
Here he is, getting the ball that's coming off the inner portion of the bat. And he gets a single on this occasion, just going up to a long one there, man. So he gets going, Shinaldo Taylor. But again, favoring that drive, and Jonathan Carter creating the chance, and Kyle Jordan wasn't able to hold on to it. So that would have been the start that the university team would have wanted.
Yes.
But he lives to fight another day.
Kaski's driving, the ball's skewing away to Leacock there at backward point. Shinaldo Taylor, no nonsense kind of player, likes to get on with it. Left-handed stroke maker. McCaskey, on the other hand, the more obdurate type, who will look to spend long periods at the crease. Not that Taylor doesn't want to bat for long periods either. It's just that there's a bit more risk in his play, if I may describe it as that, as he overcomes to an end. And now Wildey 13 for 1.
Yes, and Taylor, one of those enterprising players that you speak about, loves to play shots. I mean, he's been prolific. He's been in and out of the Wildey side over the years because, again, of that depth that they have. But because the exodus of some of those players missing, he's found himself probably getting more game time at the elite level this season in particular than he would have probably over the last couple of seasons.
Well, yes, one recalls him in the very early part of the season, not being part of this unit, and scoring a big 100 at the lower intermediate level, I think in the very first game of the season. Since then, he has elevated to the top team.
Speak about some of those players missing from the Wildey lineup. Zishan Mutara, one of those players as well, who's away doing duty with the West Indies Academy.
This is emerging 11. Yes, that's what I was saying about being able to sport some four-spin bowlers. You've got the two left-arm orthodox and Jerome Jones, the captain, and Desmond Currency. You've got the off-spin of Tariq O'Neill, and when available, there's also Zishan Mutara, the right-arm leg break and googly bowler. So some variety.
And we speak about these teams missing some important players. And the university side, when they're without young Shakir Paris, who's also away with the academy side, as this one is just tucked into the onside by Taylor, picks up another single. And speaking about Paris, fresh off a massive century.
Massive 177. Previous to that, he got out for 99 in the test match, the emerging test match, and unfortunately, let's say, falling just one short of that century. And I remember messaging him and actually telling him, well, hard luck, do it next time. And the next time he went not only to the 100 but way past.
Definitely got a future. Shakir Paris, who's, like I said, plays here with the university, and obviously a big miss for them, but going on to do good stuff for the emerging players.
I guess probably on that unit probably making its way back to the Caribbean now, and UWI wouldn't be able to wait to get him back in their presence back among the group here, as they strive to make a challenge for the championship as we come to the back end of the season.
Full delivery there from Holder, just punch past the mid-off region. Should pick up a couple. Looks like Zion Braffett giving chase. Uh, can't prevent two though. So McCaskey continues to look good. Like you said, one of those players who's very attractive. And if he gets any type of runs, they're always runs that are very much merited and looks very good.
Soft on the eyes. Good shot though. That not looking to hit that ball too hard. It was over pitch holder, looking probably for the Yorker, or looking to get the ball, looking to extract some swing through the air and getting it right up to the bat. But McCaskey just holding his shape, stroking the ball up through mid-off. This holder is again bringing it onto the front foot. This time McCaskey, not dragging his bat away from the body, still keeping it very, very tight. And I think I might even give him the benefit of the doubt that he didn't follow the line of that delivery. Actually he played, but not at the delivery, just deliberately keeping his bat inside of the line. But Holder has been hitting some good areas here in the last couple of overs.
Ooh.
Again,
Think he's beaten on that occasion.
beating on that occasion, squaring up, and the delivery pitching and holding its own this time with the right arm bowler coming over the wicket. McCaskey seeing the angle, forced to play at the delivery.
Yeah, good carry as well, through to keeper Richards.
Yeah, the grass at that end seems to be working.
Good Shamar Holder. Looks so easy in his approach. He's got a nice rhythm and just a lovely approach to the wicket.
Hard-working young man.
Let's watch his strides.
Yes, McCaskey this time a bit shorter on the back foot and keeping him honest. Holder is pushing it back along on the onside. So nice battle developing between these two in the early stages of this Wildey innings. 17 for 1 after 7 overs.
Yeah, 17 for 1. And like you said, Shamar Holder, who looks the part. Like you said, he's got a nice rhythm going. He's got a good approach to the pitch there, man. You can see his strides, his delivery strides look good. So this is good to see, really, for young Shamar Holder, who we would like to see again put himself back in those positions to go back to the top, to the pinnacle, really, where many feels that he really deserves. His pace looks good, so good to see him back.
Well, yes, he got his career off to a very good start. I mean his trajectory was climbing quite quickly, and then basically his body let him down. A number of different injuries. It was the shoulder, it was the hip, it was the legs, and he actually had some surgery on that bowling shoulder a couple of years back, and then he's had to rehabilitate, work himself back into it all the time. Other little niggles coming in. But one thing I can tell you is that he's a hard worker. He's never given up, continues to work very hard, very disciplined in his training regime. Excellent work in the covers by Jordan. Short delivery slapped away by Taylor, rocking onto the back foot, and could have cost the team a couple more runs, but Jordan diving away to his right and keeping it down to just a single.
Just to remind our viewers that this broadcast is brought to you compliments of the Barbados Cricket Association. So this goes live, a lovely flowing drive. He's on to it quickly, looking for the run out.
Quick bit of play there. That ball driven into the covers. Zion Braffett, who was the deeper of the two fielders there in the cover area, feeling cleanly, sending his return up to the bowler, and McCaskey just about making it into his ground. Close call there, though. Good work by Brathwaite. So the UWI fielders there, the covers, looking quite sharp. And up to it. As you said, nice fielding conditions, nice cushion of grass here. A number of the grounds in Barbados would not be able to sport this kind of surface. mainly because of the torturous dry spell we've been enduring. At the beginning of the year, moving into the beginning of the season. As another quarter over has been completed, and 19 for 1, McCaskey 10, Taylor on 3. The batsman dismissed Demetrius Richards. He went for 5, bowled by Shamar Holder, who will no doubt continue the bowling from the northern end.
As you can see in our picture, as we said, we are very much here at the University of the West Indies, KFIL, at the 3Ws Oval. But here are some of the units on this excellent campus. And the camera crew continues to do one of the residents, like you rightfully said. So, like you said, doing excellent work, our camera crew out there in the field.
Quite picturesque venue here at the 3Ws Oval, Andy. We've got this sprawling campus before us. Lots of vegetation, flowering trees. We say beautiful green, almost landscaped outfield. Really pleasant viewing. Postcard picture style.
Excellent delivery, just taking the bat inside the line at the last minute. There is McCaskey. And you're speaking about picturesque and postcard. If you look at that cordon behind there, in those 3 slips and waiting with that gully, you can see them all going up in earnest there when that delivery passes back.
Also feature the color. If you notice, the keeper and those 4 fielders all in their yellow floppies, making for a lovely picture. So 3 slips of gully, cover square, mid off, mid on, long leg, and deep backward square. Holder is McCaskey on the back foot again, keeping the batsman, as I said, bringing keeping the ball inside of the stumps, making the batsman play. I think that is important, especially if there's anything to be had out of the pitch in these early stages with the new ball.
It's a good channel early to be bowling in. Like you said, just that 6 to 8 meter length. And just asking questions of McCaskey.
McCaskey settles. This time he doesn't have to play, picking up the line quite early. More wideish of the off stump. Again, we notice the good carry through to keeper Richards.
It's just information reaching us, Wayne, as we were speaking about the keepers, and you mentioned that name, Tevin Imlat. Tevin Imlat, who's very much in this series of rounds, playing in the BCA Elite Division. He's making his debut there for the Wanderers. See,
I saw the news broke this morning.
So again,
right on target there, Holder.
Just having those caliber players coming to play the trade here in our Elite Division.
Quite refreshing, Andy, as a matter of fact. We saw Kevin Sinclair coming into the Empire setup the last series. And then we also saw a youngster from Trinidad and Tobago, Kyle Ramdo, who actually got a century in his first outing. Looked good. I actually saw him, but looks a good player.
Just argues well for the quality.
Yes, it's something. It's a development that we would probably want to see a lot more of. You know, getting good quality cricketers coming in. I think Barbados has that to offer to the rest of the Caribbean. This really well structured cricket season that engulfs the entire summer period. Good, healthy, strong competition, and something with which the authorities may have to work as we look towards professionalizing and getting a real semi-professional setup going.
Something that we're going to look sure our incoming commentators, they will obviously endeavor to carry on with. We got Andrew Mason and a young Rashawn Hackett in the waiting. As we're going to make our exit win as that over comes to an end. 9 overs completed. The Wildey side winning the toss and choosing to bat. They're 19 for 1, losing the wicket of Demetrius Richards to the bowling of Shamar Holder. And Wayne, you and I are just going to exit for Andrew and Rashawn to come in.
Ensuing here between McCaskey and Holder in particular. Carter almost anonymously has been doing his part of keeping the batsman honest with his almost innocuous looking off spin, but the Wildey players not being able to break free, and a good discipline, one would have to say, from the Wildey bowlers. As I say, welcome to Rashawn Hackett, and of course the inimitable Andrew Mason.
So thanks to you, my good friend, Wayne Holder. Ball hit down towards the boundary. It's going to go for 4, or is it 6? The umpire signaled 6, a ball that was floated up in the line of the leg stump and hit away for 6 runs. What a welcome. And the news is that Wildey, the defending champions, win the toss on top of the hill at Cave Hill. And you would expect, in good batting conditions, they've opted to bat first, losing the early wicket. But no doubt as Rashawn Hackett joins me, looking to these two, Taylor and McCassie, to ensure that they get a good second wicket partnership going. Hello to you, my friend. How are you?
Hi, good morning, Andrew. I'm good, thanks. Good morning to all of the viewers. Good afternoon, my apologies to all of the viewers. Good afternoon to you. I am lovely today, a lovely day for some cricket here at the 3Ws Oval.
Yeah, I think when you came, it was morning time. It's way past 12 o'clock now. The West Indies women losing. They just had a chance to see that to Ireland. So it means they've got a hope that England defeat New Zealand by a big margin. And that is very disappointing for them, having won the first 3 matches, but just making, 128 runs. But there were some 59 dot balls, and that really was not the kind of cricket you were expecting. Matthews continuing to struggle. Note with interest as well that Keanu Joseph came into the side. Quite strangely, Ramnarak dropped. And, well, they lost. They just have to wait and see what happens in the England-New Zealand game. But we're here at Cave Hill, and it's 26 for 1. Jonathan Carter done a couple of games for radio, certainly bowling a lot. Opening the bowling with his uncomplicated off spin. You see, be a decent medium pacer. A loose shot from McCaskey, who's no doubt looking to make a statement and get back into the Barbados team, losing his place. Pitch that has played pretty well so far.
Yes, good wicket here indeed for batting. One would understand why the Wildey side would have won the toss and chosen to bat. I like how you described Jonathan Carter's off spin, uncomplicated. That's exactly what it is. But I think that that's what works for him. It's nothing special, no huge rippers, but he just puts it there in front of the batsman, and it works for him.
Yeah.
One opportunity this morning so far already going down.
Yeah, you're right. Played quite a lot for Barbados. Used to bowl a bit of medium pace. I thought when he actually played for Barbados, he was on the ball. I think he really is an underrated, was an underrated medium fast bowler. So there you have the Wildey camp. Very important game for them. They've not hit their straps as normal. And of course, you've got the points. We can certainly look at that. But the reality is that some of their players have gone off to St. Lucia and to Trinidad and Tobago to make some money. So they've not at all times been a team with the best available 11.
Yes, you described it very well. And when we have a look at the points, Wildey find themselves in 5th position.
Yeah,
Gladiola.
That's unusual for them.
Yes,
Wildey.
it is. They've been dominating cricket in Barbados for the past couple of years. A tremendous season they had last year. So coming back this year and being in 5th position. But new bowler into the attack, Calvin Marcus. Fresh off of a 6-wicket haul last game.
Yeah, well, you know, as I said, I've done a lot of games here at KFL for radio. And the folks here at UWI reckon that Calvin Marcus is one of the quickest bowlers in Barbados. He's sharp. Of course, you've got Shamar Holder, who's pretty sharp as well. They're aggressive. Has had a good time so far.
Well, I can tell you what, Calvin Marcus, he's a very, very strong man. Let's go. A heavy ball. Also does a bit of javelin, Andrew.
Yeah, he's a pretty decent bowler. And that's a
Ooh.
good bouncer. Very well bowled indeed. On Setlin Taylor, I think he was surprised by that ball. He's an aggressive bowler.
Very, very aggressive bowler indeed. And what I like about him is that he just comes and he starts bowling fast immediately. You know, there are some bowlers, Andrew, that they come and they have to get through their paces first before they express themselves. But Calvin, he comes warm, he comes ready, and he just fires them in from ball one. We now saw a sharp bouncer there. Just the second delivery that he's bowled so far.
Yeah, and he's got an aggressive field, as you would expect. 3 sips and a short point now. Bowling wrong the wicket to the left-handed Taylor.
Ooh.
That's good cricket. The ball before Rashawn was short. Typical fast bowler's response, because the batsman might have been looking for another short ball. Instead, he pitched it up, and as a result of that, instinctively the batsman went on the back foot and was beaten by a full length delivery just outside the off. Some good bowling by Marcus.
Well, that's thinking cricket as you described it. Short ball followed up by the full delivery, just catching the batsman a bit off guard. And you could see that Shenaldo Taylor, he was hanging a bit back on the back foot. But it really is the experience that Calvin Marcus brings to this UE side. Has a first-class game under his belt.
Yeah.
Playing for the combined campuses and colleges. That was about 2 seasons ago, or last season.
This is good bowling. So we've had 3 deliveries, the last 3. Bouncer, then the Yorker length delivery for this last one as well. Bringing the batsman onto the front foot. But he wasn't all that comfortable. Hence the ball at the bottom of the back. There was a wooden sound coming into the microphones.
Yes, just looking a bit late on that delivery. It's a good start from Calvin Marcus, though.
Very good start indeed.
Explains why he would have been UWI's leading wicket taker so far in this tournament. 20 wickets in his 9 innings.
That's a loose shot.
Sure that he'd be a bit frustrated. Zachary McCaskey having a chat with him now. Perhaps just telling him to just be a bit more patient.
Yeah.
There's a lot of time to bat here. But Shenaldo Taylor, he's one who has the ability to score. He's one who has the ability to bat so well. But he just gets a bit impatient at times. It's something that he struggled with a bit throughout the years.
Very good bowling by Marcus to end his first over. Good one as well. And 11 gone. Wildey winning the toss and batting there 26 for 1.
Very, very good first over from Calvin Marcus indeed. He's in a bit of good form, Andrew. 6 for 45 versus Pickwick last game, and he also picked up 4 for 44 versus Gladiola in Series 1. So he's been taking wickets. Comes in the first change after Shamar Holder and just dismisses batsmen with that rapid pace. He does a very, very good job at executing his role here in the team.
Interesting that Carter opens the bowling because you would think that with the pace that he has, you would really see Holder field. That's gone for 4. Bad delivery.
Well, easy scoring there indeed. A drag down delivery. McCaskey had easy work there, just getting on the back foot, pulling it into the leg side, and it went all the way through mid-wicket for 4 runs. So, McCaskey, he goes up to 10 runs. Well, 14, my apologies. He's looking good so far this morning. What have you thought about Zachary McCaskey?
Yeah, but he's a solid player. There's no question about it. He actually has represented Barbados and actually went on a tour with the West Indies team to Australia. But in recent times, he's not been the same player. Gets another short ball and puts it away. That's going to go for 4 gains. Through mid-wicket. That's a poor delivery and put away.
Very, very, very good shot indeed. What I think was so good about that shot is that it actually was not that short, Andrew. It was a bit short, but what he did is he picked the length so early, rocked back on the back foot, pulling it over. And he's prompted a change in the field from Captain Kyle Corbin. deep mid wicket goes into place. That's Jay Clark. He goes out to deep mid wicket. And Jonathan Carter, he comes from around the wicket now. So change of plans, just one slip in place now.
Yeah. I'm not sure I'm sold on Carter actually bowling at the start for the UWI side.
Well, it's a tactic that has worked so far this season. Whenever he
Very, very solid player, and would have been an important cog in Barbados's wheel for quite a long time. Jonathan Carter.
Yes, very good player in his day. Now he's picked up the role as a player coach. Does a bit of coaching here at the university. Plays on a weekend as well. Guides the younger guys. Oh, good delivery there.
So Carter completes his sixth over now, and will be 31 for 1. They won the toss and chose to bat. But when you look at the points, we are now into Series 7, so there are 2 series to go. And Rashawn, it could be a tight finish here.
Yes, it could be a tight finish indeed. I was actually telling Andy Payne this morning that it's anyone's competition for the taking right now. Gladiola up top with 77, Spartan in second on 75, Empire third 71, UE 69, Wildey 67. So those 5 teams all within a 10-point span. So a win here, Andrew, could mean that anyone goes to the top of the table. So as of right now, it's still even Stevens. Gladiola obviously having the upper hand, but you can't count out these 2 teams here, UE and Wildey. They're doing very well. Rounding out the bottom half of the table, though, we can't forget YMPC on 57, Pickwick 57 as well, Wanderers 47, Windward 36, and the BCA Youth, who are exempt from relegation, on 32. Marcus comes back in for another over. But as we look at the points, Andrew, Windward and Wanderers at the bottom of the table.
Yeah, Windward struggling.
Yeah.
Only recently came into the elite competition. They find it very difficult. And no doubt hoping that they can bounce back and stay up. Of course, also at the first division level, it's also interesting with the neighbours St. Catherine's playing against Police today. They're second. Yorkshire took over. That's a lovely firm drive. It's going to head out towards the boundary. Wouldn't possibly have the legs to get there. They should be contemplating a third here. But had they gone aggressive, they might have gotten 3. Pitched up and played wide of mid-off for 2 by McCaskey.
Yeah, some good work there from that fielder, Zion Braffett, giving it chase. And he does well to restrict them to 2 runs. But as we were saying, Windward, they've been struggling a bit. I find that they've just been a bit short on runs this season. They've had performances here and there. Micah Greenwich, he would have been doing well, along with the Kyle Ramdu, who came in last game, scored a century. But besides those 2, and Jaden Roberts, my apologies. Besides Micah Greenwich and Jaden Roberts, there haven't been enough performances with the bat.
We're talking about Wanderers on 47 points. Well, today, Tevin Imlak, who, as you know, only recently played for the West Indies. In fact, Josh De Silva is the keeper and dropped 3 catches on the first day. He's actually turned out for Wanderers today, and that game being played at Yorkshire. They're playing against Spartan because of the unavailability of Queen's Park. Some aggression from Marcus, but a bit wide of the off stump, banged into the pitch. So Imlak, in fact, I spoke to him during the week. He said it's raining cats and dogs and pigs in Guyana. In fact, Essequibo, down the Regina area, had some freak storms as well there. And there must be some concern as far as the West Indies are concerned, because they're going to be playing against New Zealand. First game is on July the 11th. ODI at Providence.
That's a good shot. Just punching it out into the covers, picking up another single. That's McCaskey.
Yeah, he was able to bend it from the length. It was full, and he was onto the front foot. The outfield looking very, very good. Lush green. We've had some rains in recent times. In fact, we did the derby between Impa and Spartan the last day. Really affected seriously by driving rain. In fact, I had some difficulty leaving Bank Hall because of the rain.
Very, very heavy rains indeed, causing stoppage to almost all of the games in Barbados. Oh, that's an outside edge. Well done by Carter in the slips.
Yeah, that last day of the last series, 6 series, seriously affected by rain.
Yes, and you spoke about Tevin in Black turning out for Wanderers, but there have also been a few additions to the Wanderers side as well. Craig Brathwaite, former West Indies Test captain, turned out. Raymond Reefer, he's also in the squad, so those two would come to strengthen this Wanderers side.
Yeah, but I mean, the Wanderers team, they no doubt will want to try and do well because, you know, they're down at the bottom 47. How are they doing so far in this game?
Well, being sent into bat first, they're 58 for 1. Craig Brathwaite, 38 from 48 deliveries. Jonathan.
We know it's going to be difficult out. Craig Brathwaite, he's such a difficult batsman to dislodge.
Yes, 34 for 1, 13 overs completed. But back to the Louis Linton complex where Wanderers and Spartan are playing. 58 for 1, Craig Brathwaite, 38 from 49. Jonathan Drakes, 20 from 36 deliveries. And Joshua Morris, last series, Centurion, getting a 1-ball duck. Caught behind from Teron Gibson, bowled by Stephon King. So, Wanderers, 59 for 1. You could say they're in a good position at the start of the day's play.
Wonder what number Imlak will bat at today. We'll be quite interested to find out that. Of course, Drake's got a big score against Wildey. When it looked very much as if they might have lost that game, but he responded admirably to the challenge.
Well, what a knock that was from Jonathan Drakes indeed. But as we speak, we see Joshua Bishop. He has ball in hand. He comes back into the attack. Freshly back into the side. He would have now returned from a tour with the West Indies A.
Actually getting a call from Sir Clive Lloyd, who is in England. I'm sure he's calling me about the West Indies loss to Ireland. I'm sure he's saying, boy, what I'm doing, man. But old Clive Lloyd, the big cat.
A great man he is. Do you know? Are you good friends with Clive Lloyd?
Oh, we talk very often, and he's very worried about West Indies cricket. I speak to him almost every week, really. One of the nicest people you could meet. There's some very nice ones. Courtney Walsh, very, very, very easy to talk to. Sir Curtly Ambrose as well. There's some not that easy to talk to. Of course, they'll remain nameless. But as you said, Bishop is into the attack. And as you would expect, an aggressive fit. He's actually got 2 slips. And there's also a forward short leg as well. So 3 men round the bat.
Just starts with that familiar action. I love his run-up. It's just so fluent.
Yeah. Great economy about it. And one who's looking to make a statement here.
That's a good delivery. Joshua Bishop. Some would say that he's been a bit hard done because he should have been in the West Indies side already. What are your...
Yeah, I agree with that. Particularly even if you're talking about one-day cricket, he's such a good cricketer in terms of his ability. A good sharp single taken here. Suspect that the fielder mid-on was caught napping. But yes, he's that utility kind of player. Decent left-arm spinner, good fielder, and a very underrated and a dangerous lower order batsman as well, as we've seen for Barbados.
Yes, most definitely. Has 3 first-class hundreds to his name, I think. And he has that 99 that he would have scored this season. Carried his bat, came in not out. So he's been very prolific with the bat as of recently, Joshua Bishop. But that leaves me to answer your question, Andrew. The mainstay spinners in the West Indies side would be Roston Chase, Jamel Warrican. So who would Joshua Bishop replace? And let me tell you before I answer that question, I've heard a lot of talk in Barbados saying that he should be in before a Warrican because of his batting ability. What is your opinion on that?
Well, I think when you look at Warcan, of course he did very well in the subcontinent, and most spinners do, but outside of this subcontinent for the West Indies, he's been just thereabouts. And I think the reality, as this ball is pushed down to long off for a single, I don't think there's a need for a long off here, really. Just bring the fielder up at mid off and stop the single. Interesting. Warken is actually the vice captain of the West Indies team, but I don't think he can actually make the side, because when you look at the construct of the West Indies team, you've got your four bowlers along with Graves, who can make the side, of course, as a batter or rounder.
Yes.
And you've got Roston Chase. So it's going to be difficult for Warwican to make the West Indies team. So I suppose if you argue that, then it could be, if you're going to play the contract of the side, it's going to be difficult for Bishop to get into the side as well. But I understand what you're saying. I think he's good enough. And even for Barbados, in the recently held tournament, he actually was bowling before Warwican and did very well for the Barbados team. Would you play him in the West Indies team?
Well, it's a hard decision, as you said, to play him before Warwican, because Warwican, you would give him the upper advantage with ball in hand. Warwican, he's very skillful, very deceptive. So too is Joshua Bishop, but Warwican has done it before, and we know what he's done in Test cricket. But the batting ability, really and truthfully, I think it's a case of who's going to sit down on the bench, because as you said, Warwican, as of right now, he's not in the West Indies side. So if Joshua Bishop does make the side, do you still see him making the starting 11? That's the question.
Well, I mean, it would have to do with the construct. I mean, right now in Antigua, you got Shamar Joseph, you got Alzari Joseph, Jaden Seals, and Kemar Roach, along with someone like a Justin Graves. And then you also got the spin of the captain. Maybe we should check and see how they're doing, actually. They ended the second day at 271 for 5 in pursuit of Sri Lanka's 308. So didn't have a bad start to the test match.
Yes, but while you check on that, just to finish up what I was saying, can Joshua Bishop play for West Indies in the near future? Most definitely. I see it happening in the very, very near future to come. But as of right now, as you mentioned, West Indies having those 4 mainstay pacers, the Josephs, Roach, and Justin Graves also as another option. I don't see Bishop being added to the squad at this very moment. But when the day does come that they're in desperate need of a spinner, perhaps they go to a location where the track is spinning a lot, I do see Bishop being included in the squad. But as of right now, when they're playing in the Caribbean, I don't see it happening. I think that the West Indies are going to utilize what has been working for them, which are the pacers.
Well, the West Indies are doing very well. They're 384 for 5. Amir Django, 140 not out. Roston Chase, 84 not out. So they've got a lead of 76 here. And this is day 3. Would want to bat the entire day. And if they do that, then they would have a very healthy first, when you look at first innings lead. So this is a good response, because at one stage the West Indies had lost a couple of wickets in the middle. Good batting by Django, bats with a washpan of common sense, which is so important. But when you look at it, at one stage the West Indies were 168 for 5. Now they're leading by 77, 385 for 5. So congratulations to Amir Django, the Trinidadian.
Yes, congratulations to Amir Django indeed. Very talented player. He is coming off of an excellent first class season. Got that double 100. Oh, an aggressive shot there from Taylor. Misses out. He's starting to look a bit frustrated though, is Taylor. Wants to get back on board. 11 from 31 deliveries. Just needs to settle down and just tell himself, dig in. Bat as long as possible.
Yeah, Amir Anthony Django, July 14th, 1997, St. James, Trinidad. So he's just a couple of days from his 29th birthday, left-hander. And certainly doing pretty well.
Well, we must also make mention of Roston Chase.
Yeah, good to see him get some runs. That's a lovely flowing drive, pitched up and stroked away. The outfield is heavy with all the rains. They'll get a second one, but that was stroked wide of mid-off. So in terms of Django, just starting out his career.
Yes, just his second test match he's playing in. So an excellent knock indeed. Just 6 ODIs to his name and 5 T20Is. Positive start to his test career. 140 not out he is right now. I'm sure that knock will earn him a few more series in the West Indies team. Another short delivery from Marcus. He's really revving it up. Roston Chase now. We haven't spoken enough about him. 34 years of age he is. And he's been so prolific for the West Indies. Leading from the front. Playing in his 58th test match. He is on track to getting to a century. But here at the 3Ws Oval. 66 for 2. 17 overs down.
He actually has 5 test hundreds. So he's looking for another one. And this is very good as far as he's concerned. Has struggled. In fact, there were some who reckoned he should not be in this test match. Well, I don't know about the options available. So I suppose he will want to just silence the critics with a stellar performance. And he's done well. Leading by example, the captain. That's what captains should do. Here's Bishop to continue.
That's a good shot. Just over that extra cover. Goes down to the long off fielder though. Picking up another single. I have a question for you though, Andrew. We spoke about Jamel Warrican earlier. A vice captain in a team but can't make the starting 11. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, personally, I think that the West Indies, they've got it wrong in that I don't know you need to name a vice captain in a squad. I think you should name a vice captain in an 11. You know, you pick your 11, you obviously have your captain, and then pick someone as vice captain from the selected 11.
Whoa, and he's got him. Taylor has to go. A sharp catch at short leg from Jay Clark. A ripping delivery there from Joshua Bishop. And Taylor walks back into the pavilion for 13 runs. What a delivery that was from Joshua Bishop.
Yeah, a good piece of bowling, as you said. I think the ball's skidded onto him. And some bounce. Good sharp catch taken as well by the field at forward short leg. You know, I believe in that position. In fact, they call me the silly point in forward short leg man. Because I really don't think spinners in Barbados and the Caribbean use the forward short leg and the silly point enough. I suppose it's because that we're playing so poorly that the natural aggression of the past has gone out of our cricket. That's how I assess it. In fact, as the players refresh themselves 39 for 2, you would find that instead of an off spinner, maybe having a silly point, he actually has a second slip. Now, I don't know if many batsmen who actually are caught off an off spinner of a second slip rather than have that silly point and forward short leg. But certainly, it's a situation where it's up to 39 for 2. Dorn comes to the crease now, the West Indies under-19 captain. Let's do an assessment before we certainly have a change. The veterans are about to come a-calling. Of course, Andy Payne, the Maplite, and our good friend Wayne Holder, who, like Serena Williams, I understand, is going to come out of retirement. Serena Williams, he's going to be playing at the Wimbledon. She's what, age 44 now? Is she 44, coming to retirement? You like that, Serena? Are you a tennis man?
I am not the biggest tennis man. I would follow the scores, but I don't watch it actively. But I would not lie. I like Naomi Osaka a bit more.
What do you like her?
I just like her gameplay, to be honest. As I told you, I'm not
I thought you liked her outfits.
Oh, well.
Yeah, she's a very classy lady. Why do you like Osaka?
Well, I just love her gameplay and her antics. You know, when you watch someone play beyond their actual sport, the way they just move, the body language, she moves so gracefully, and she seems so soft-spoken, very humble athlete she is. And
4 Grand Slams as well.
4 Grand Slams as
Yeah.
well at such a young age.
Yeah, yeah,
So
yeah.
she's very impressive. I also like the likes of a Coco Golf.
Mm.
I like to see young people excelling.
Right.
I like
Okay.
to see young people excelling. So
Mm.
those two are the ones that I would watch. Serena Williams, though,
Mm.
so much she has achieved in her
Oh,
career.
yeah, 23.
Wow.
You know, I don't think she'll get 24. Interesting enough, as I leave you, in fact, her last Grand Slam would have been back in 2017, as somebody calls me, and it's not Sir Clive Lloyd, maybe someone saying that I should leave Serena Williams alone. But she's back, age 44, sister's 45, let's wish her well. So I'm going to leave you. The conditions here at Cape pretty good. And it's been a good time for the home side because they are struggling a bit, 39 for 215 overs and 2 balls gone. So I'll go to the chair and we'll invite, of course, to come a call in. Wayne Holder, he's going to be joined by Andy Payne.
Well, before we invite those two, let's just invite the new batsman to the crease. Joshua Dorn comes to the crease at number 4, former West Indies under 19 captain, as you said. Andy Payne and Wayne will take it away from here.
So Joshua Bishop making the breakthrough after a partnership just about beginning to blossom for that second wicket. But Andy Payne, as we come back to the hot seat, very much a bowler's session so far.
Yes, very much a bowler session. Like you said, we've seen some excellent bowling. Shamar Holder had a good start to his spell. He picked up 1 wicket in that. And now you see Joshua Bishop, who he expect to get some wickets on this surface, making that breakthrough in that second wicket partnership, having Taylor caught at silly mid on.
Yes, Joshua Bishop, man who has made a name for himself in West Indies cricket without actually breaking through that ceiling on to the international level. He has been competing with some very strong contenders as a left-arm orthodox. You've got the Gudakesh Motis. You've got Jamel Warrican, who like himself is Barbadian. Akil Hossain. There's a name I'm trying to find. Trinidadian guy, and he called the name
Kerry
for me.
Peer.
Kerry Peer. I thought
As
that
there is Pamal.
as McCaskey, who has been there from the beginning, picks up 3 runs. Nice flowing back drive. And getting it in that gap between backward point and square cover. And Leacock having to chase all the way back to just inside the boundary at deep cover. McCaskey gets 3. The over comes to an end. And Wildey 42 for 2. McCaskey on 20.
Yes, and you continue to speak about Bishop and who's ahead of him. But here you've seen him playing his first full season for the Barbados Pride. And you just saw what a quality bowler he is, a quality player, all-round player.
Yes.
Have that distinction of being left stranded on 99. So it just show his full all-round ability, Bishop. And any team that have him in their team, what a great acquisition to have.
Well, yes, very much so. And I don't think we've heard the last of him. There's a lot more to be heard from Joshua Bishop in the next couple of seasons. As I said, he does possess skills both as a batter, well, as a bowler primarily, but also his batting is a very strong component in his game. And I think he has something to offer that a few of the other slow bowlers do not. Calvin Marcus, interesting player. was a short delivery. Well handled there by Joshua Dorn, dropping the hands, allowing that one to just brush across the chest.
So good introduction from the fast bowler. Just let him know his presence is here. And Marcus, like you said, interested player who's also played for the CCC at the first class level. But they're out of the tournament now. He's trying to force his way into a Barbados side. We continue to speak about pace bowlers throughout the country.
And has been able to work up a good turn of pace on occasions, Calvin Marcus. It's been quite disconcerting for a few batters in the competition. Actually, the leading bowler for UWI so far this season, and what has been a good season for them. I think he has something like 20 wickets, 20 scalps already. And he's also basically outbowled his more senior pace partner in Shamar Holder.
But yeah, here's a player who a couple seasons ago as well was finding it hard to get into the elite side. He was playing majority of his cricket in and around the first division. But to see him coming up to the elite side and getting that success, it just argues well for him.
Oh yes, and testament to his ability and hard work. Calvin Marcus, as I said, capable of working at good speed at times. I guess when we talk about the fastest bowlers in the competition, his name would have to feature. Himself, the likes of Stephon Griffith, and Jamar Eiffel from Gladiola. Holder would also figure in that, I believe.
Oh, definitely. Definitely. Here he is, picking up the wicket. McCaskey goes on the back foot, trying to force the ball through the offside, hitting it.
Want to bowl the short delivery, not afraid to bowl the short pitch delivery. And there we saw him getting big on McCaskey. It was a short delivery, and McCaskey looking to slap it away through the offside. I think it grew big on him. It's somewhere up by the stickers rather than in the middle of the bat, and offered a simple catch to the fielder there at that wide mid-off position. The top three gone for Wildey and UWI. Cocker Hoop, McCaskey gone, caught by Brathwaite. Off the bowling of Marcus for 20. Faced some 48 balls and struck just the one boundary. But I think the UWI team can consider that it has been, as I mentioned before, it has been their session so far, despite Wildey winning the toss and electing to bat.
Yes, and Marcus, like you said, he's got that knack for wickets. He saw a delivery banging to the pitch, like he said, and just getting big on McCaskey, who was trying to force it through the offside win. Probably had a better chance if he had tried to hit that one on the onside with a pull shot. But trying to hit it on the up, it just got so big on him. And all he could do is succeed in hitting it to Brathwaite, who wasn't going to drop that today, tomorrow, any other day.
43 for 3. As it's now Nimar Bolden. Another member of this rather strong Wildey batting unit. Very stylish left-hander.
Yes, he's got a class about him, Nimar Bolden. One who's got an appetite for big runs as well. When he hasn't been as prolific as he would like to be for this season. But I'm sure he's a quality enough player that can come to the party. And if ever Wildey needed him, today is that day.
Well, yes, he's been getting off to good starts, but not really carrying on in the main. I think he got a half century in the last match. Left-hander.
Lovely shot to get off the mark. You see him just coming on the front foot and pushing that one past the mid-off and going to come back for 3. But well timed there, Wayne. Just
Yes.
coming on the front foot. Actually on a flowing drive.
Yes, a lovely shot. Not a lot of power, just pure timing on to the front foot. And Zion Brathwaite, outstanding athlete, very athletic in his movement, pulling it in inside the boundary. The outfield not the fastest, as I said, very well grassed and very, very immaculate, really looking pristine. But the UWI, the 3Ws outfield generally has not been known to be a very quick surface for the ball to run across. So you see a lot of threes will be involved. And there we saw Bolden getting off the mark, joining Dorn on three. Joshua Dorn still looking for that major innings for this season. Another one of these players looks good every time he comes to the wicket, but so far this season hasn't been able to really carry on to that big score, that really big score. As he said, this pair now charged with the responsibility of rebuilding this innings. 46 for 3.
Yeah, they would need to put together a partnership, this pair. To have that responsibility. Two young players. I mean, Bolden, like you speak about, his ability to get big scores that be eluding him this season, got the starts that you've spoken about. And Dorn, West Indies on the 19 captain, who you rightfully call it, looks so good all the time. But he just needs to get up to those big numbers, those 3 figures.
They are going to have their hands full though, because Bishop is not going to offer a lot of loose stuff. Generally very tight, very economical as a bowler. As we see a catch taken, the celebration goes on, and Dorn is gone.
Dorn, again, a delivery just on the off, just spinning away from the right-handed batter. Again, the bunks on that occasion, and you see him just trying to force that one when assured of delivery of that. You got to get your bat inside of that. I mean, to punch a ball at that height.
Again, I think, as you said, the bunks was the undoing there, though, because seeing the length, it looked like a delivery that you should be able to put away through the offside. And Dorn going on to the back foot, and it looks like getting an edge. And the ball bubbling up, I don't know, off the keeper, was it?
Yes.
Bubbling off the keeper, probably off the body or the glove of the keeper. And the fielder coming up from slip and doing the task of taking a simple catch. Dorn gone for just 3.
Yes, for the trouble indeed for the Wildey side. As Shane Paris comes out to join Bolden.
46 for 4 now. So wickets beginning to tumble here for Wildey. After we had a bit of a partnership between Taylor and McCaskey after the fall of Demetrius Richards quite early. And once that partnership has been breached, Bishop and Marcus have been able to cut a slice, to slice through the upper half of the Wildey batting.
This is Paris. Comes to the middle to do battle against Joshua Bishop. Again, it's just an immaculate line, man, and the bunks that he extracted. This was the real undoing of Dorn. But I tell you, this man Bishop, a real handful, like you said, in cricket terms.
Subtle changes of pace. What I like about him, he has this way of changing his pace without any discernible change of action. I think that has deceived a few players.
As to see Paris getting off the mark this occasion, just going for the authentic cut shot. He thought that Dorn, he was trying to punch his, and just that bounce was just his undoing. So Paris is playing more of an authentic cut to get off the mark. So 2 to him. takes the score a bit closer to that 50 mark. As we speak about 50, Amir Django going up to make 150 in the test match.
Well, West Indies doing the numbers here, gone past 400. That partnership between Django and Chase now well past the 200 mark. So West Indies in an extremely strong position, like the UWI side here, and reducing Wildey so far to 47 for 4.
47 for 4 as that over comes to an end. This pair would definitely like to put on a partnership, the likes of what Roston Chase.
Struggling for form with the bat, Roston Chase. So one could well understand the decision by the management for him to drop down the order a bit. But the ability has always been there. And here we see once again him finding his best form.
Calvin Marcus. Like we said, he's also in some of his best form of the season. Just so we can take it that he is getting rid of Zachary McCaskey in his previous over. 20 runs. McCaskey, who was there boat for one of those West Indies call-ins of test selection.
Actually,
Just eluded him.
traveled with the West Indies team. I moved to South Africa, I think it was.
Oh, I know he went to England.
To England it was. But yes, actually traveled with the West Indies team. And has found it difficult, to even get back into the Barbados lineup. But it's good healthy competition. It's a good problem to have as a Barbados selector, as Barbados management, to know that there's that competition for players.
We speak about the pool of players, a massive pool, as we have. You said that emerging West Indies team, some 8 Barbadians in the 11 fielded yesterday. Again. Short delivery. This time he goes for a pull. It's Bolden just getting it over the infield. Mid wicket has to run a long way back and coming back for a third. So 3 more to the total, bringing up to 50 as well there for the Wildey side, being 52 for 4.
Well, it was the hard work so far for the batsmen. Not fully in control of the shot there, Bolden, but a safe shot. Lots of open space over the infield on both sides of the wicket. And again, I think Marcus getting this ball to bounce quite steeply. And unlike McCaskey, though, who got his delivery more up in the handle of the bat, more up towards the stickers. Bolden getting this one more off the bottom and getting a bit more distance in his shot.
And that's his style of bowling, that aggressive fast bowling style. As Chase, he brings up his 100 there, weighing 100 for the West Indies captain. Excellent plays by him. Like I said, just punch here, certainly in jubilation, as support coming from his teammates on the inside.
Jubilation and relief. It has been a long time since Roston Chase has seen 3 figures at the international level. And one would hope that this is a new beginning for him. Saw an interesting stat graphic earlier, I think it was today, or was it yesterday, probably, where his figures divided into his first 29 innings as against his next 29. And what a stark contrast it had been. I think he averaged over 30 in the first segment and then below 20 in the second. All 5 of his previous hundreds would have come in that first half of his career.
Yes, the X-Man. This is a weird delivery there from Marcus. Just trying to bind that one in short. It's just going over the head of the bat of Paris. It's just balloon over to keeper Richards. So the over comes to an end. Again, Wildey winning the toss and elected to bat. They're 52 for 4.
52 for 4. The conditions get a bit more cloudy here at the 3Ws Oval here at Cave Hill. So far, we have identified the track with its bare nature at this end towards us, and the much greener, grassier area to the south, where we've seen the two fast bowlers operate from this end, and the spinners in Carter and Bishop operating from that far end so far. So looking to exploit the conditions as Bishop continues.
Yes, and like I said, they just know the conditions here very well. The university side, coached by Pedro Collins, former West Indies left arm fast man, and just to see the tactics, like you said, the spinners definitely from the south end, the Ramlin and Valentine end.
Well, that is the spinning end. If a name is anything to go by, then the spinner's end would have to be the Ramadan and Valentine end. And the pace, Robertson holding from this northern side. I don't think there's any coincidences in that. Or there are any coincidences in that. So Bishop. Shane Paris though, Andy. A player you should know fairly well, with whom you're quite familiar. Started out with you at the Maple Club.
Yeah, one of those players, another attractive player. I even knew him before that as he went to my alma mater, Colton Park boy,
Okay.
product of the CP school. And, you know, you saw him at the under 19 level for Barbados, and you just thought, like McCaskey, that's this pair, and McCaskey, Paris, Roger Williams. Just seeing these three junior players, I just thought they had something about them to really carry on. But Paris, I mean, he's lost it somewhere in between there. Still good enough, in my view, to play. He's just solid, got a good technique.
And something that money can't buy,
And he's
experience.
very experienced now. Again, because of the players that Wildey produces, he's been one who has also been relegated to the lower division for a while. But minus some of their big names, he's found himself again this season in or around the elite division. So yet another Bishop overcomes an end win, and they find themselves Wildey at 53 for 4.
Yes, 53 for 4. Good contest, good battle here. Wonder if Wildey may be questioning the decision to bat first on winning the toss. You did notice that there was a bit of moisture about in this surface, but I guess in the given conditions, it was bright and sunny, and well, not exactly bright and sunny, but with conditions conducive to wanting to bat first. But I think that the UE bowlers have done very well, bowled very well, used the conditions to their advantage. And we see a change once again. Shamar Holder taking over from Calvin Marcus. Once again, the pace coming from the northern end. And the Holder may very well fancy his chances against two brand new players.
Yeah, good tactics. Still a newish ball. Like I said, only some, just in terms of overs, 20 overs, so they're about.
Yes, this is the 21st over, in fact.
Yep. So 5 overs in his first spell. He's conceded 8 runs and picking up that 1 wicket. So he would fancy himself of trying to get into this middle order. Excellent delivery there from Shamar Holder, just going past the outside edge of Bolden.
Just nibbling at that one back into the pitch, hitting hard into the pitch, and Bolden hands away from his body, kind of flirted with it outside the off stump. Luckily, the ball going past the outside edge, but enough to encourage the UWI bowlers. continue to peg away.
See that one just jagging back on this occasion. Just hitting Bolden somewhere in the midriff. So good line to start there, man.
Yeah,
Length is good as well.
Good nip backer, but well played by Bolden, leaving it on length because that ball was really close to the stump. Pitching as far as the line is concerned, but pitching far enough back that with the good lift and bounce that the bowlers have been getting on this pitch, Bolden would have judged that ball going over the top of the stumps. It actually struck him in the midriff somewhere. See a slight adjustment being made now. Asking his square leg to go a bit deeper. So he wants to plant some thought in the mind of the batter here. See what he responds with Holder. And goes right up, pitching this one right up. So bluffing the batsman. Asking the square leg to go back in the deep as if to suggest that the next delivery might have been a short one. But Bolden up to the trick, getting a full-length delivery, looking for that all stump.
It's coming now, though. It must be coming now. The short pitch delivery must be coming.
Let's see. On a length, and tuck down. They go for the quick single. They're going to get it. It is actually going to be no signal coming from the umpire, so that ball probably, now comes the signal for leg by. I was going to suggest that it may have touched the glove or maybe the handle of the bat on its way down the leg side. Bolden gets off the strike.
And this is a feature that both of these players are good with as well. When they're running between the wicket, Shane Paris has always been an excellent runner in the middle, and Bolden one who likes to get away as well. So this feature argues well for this pair.
Yes, and now Holder has to completely change the angle. He has to come over the wicket now for the right-handed Paris. So that will also be a feature of this partnership, the left hand, right hand. As this one is seeing Paris squaring up to a delivery, pitching down on that half stump and holding its own, playing inside of the line, and through to the keeper. The slip field comes skipping away towards the northern end, and very much on their toes now, the UWI players. Decided to take a trip outside and while we were off air, Andy, and to reveal it was being quite humid on the outside, despite the cloud cover. Still quite warm. Fairly oppressive conditions at that time.
Fortunate enough to be here sat in your AC conditions.
Well,
right now.
yes, it is completely different to the comfort of the air conditioned commentary room.
Just remember, this commentary comes to you via the Barbados Cricket Association. Compliments to them.
It's the BCA. Bishop wheeling away from that southern end, pushing the left-hander onto the back foot. He's now moved the leg slip into a gully position, so there's a slip of gully and the forward short leg, the attacking fielders. And now we're going to go back. We're going to revert to the leg slip, so no gully, as Bishop spinning the ball into the left-handed Bolden. So hence the two close fielders on the leg side, as this one is taking the pace off, just floating it upon that half stump, and quite cleverly Bolden opening the face, reading the delivery, and no one behind point, no one behind square on the offside, so anything played in that area is at least an easy single.
Just showing good temperament, good technique. This is a ball that Bishop was wanting to be driving at. And here you just saw him just watch it onto the bat and just open up the face and pick up that single. in the point region.
Bishop, let's see what his figures look like. In his fifth over, 2 wickets for 11 runs, as this one much straighter delivery. Can't do much more than push it up to the mid-wicket fielder. The end of another tight Joshua Bishop over. Runs hard to come by. Wildey, 55 for 4, 22 overs gone.
Yes, and that's Joshua Bishop, who also gets through his overs very quickly. When I saw that over was finished in a hurry. But again, just asking questions at the batter. We saw that had to play at all 6 deliveries, didn't leave anything outside the off stump or down the leg side to be true to the keeper. You just saw him buy on target for all 6 of those deliveries.
Looking to keep this pressure on UWI. They found themselves in a really good rhythm. And we want to maintain it for as long as possible. Ball now some 22 overs old. So still in very good shape, I would want to believe.
Yes, especially on this lash out field.
Well, yes, again.
Not a lot of balls being bang onto the ground. So it definitely should be something still in that ball for the bowlers.
As a matter of fact, talking about balls banged out of the ground, just 2 fours and the 1-6 struck so far. A boundary each to McCaskey and Richards. That 6 off the bat of Chanel to Taylor. I think off the bowling of the off spinner. Carter, Jonathan Carter. Waters on the off stump. Tucked away through mid-on. The ball traveling quickly, almost pinging off the bat. Bolden looking to push that one into the offside, I believe, but the ball coming off the inner half of the bat and on coming down the onside of the pitch. Batrick from mid-off having to chase back. And almost 2 runs in the dark.
It's just the pace of that delivery, Wayne. See that just undid Bolden a bit. You see, like you said, you wanted to hit it through the offside. But got to him pretty quickly and still just taking that inner portion of the bat. And just the pace allow it to run all the way down to mid-on.
This time picking up the line well outside the off stump. Allowing it through to keeper Richards. The ball dropping or dying on its way through. So a bit of two-paced nature in this track. And we've seen some balls carry through really well. And we've also seen a few die and actually bounce a second time before getting to keeper Richards, who may be guilty of standing a bit further back than is necessary. What is again a straight delivery on the leg stump, dropping it away in the onside for a single is Bolden.
He said a good response there from his non-striker, Shane Paris. He said this pair generally does run well together. So good rotation of the strike.
Few changes over. Quiet afternoon on the campus. Saturday afternoon. Short delivery and Paris anticipating a bit more lift, actually looking to duck under this delivery, and then as he's going down on his knees, he watches it go past in front of him to drop a second time to bounce a second time before reaching keeper Richards.
Yeah, just tying out that delivery, just lost its pace. Like I said, Paris looking to hit evasive action initially. He had to keep his eyes on it as it didn't bounce as high as he anticipated.
Off the back foot. Again, easily negotiated. As you said, a lot of the pace seemingly gone out of the track. There's also been concern, but before we do that, let's say it's the end of the over, 58 for 4.
Yes, 58 for 4. Bolden, he's on 12, Paris on 2. He's trying to do a bit of a repair job for the team. Those 4 wickets gone. The experience Zach McCaskey and Richards, and then you lost Taylor and Josh Adorn, the youthful Josh Adorn. So a repair job definitely needed from this pair. Shane Paris, like you said, the experience that he possesses, and the young Bolden, he said, who's got that ability to go on and score big runs.
You know, I've heard discussion among the players, not only in the elite division, but even at the junior divisions, discussing the quality of the balls issued, and the complaint that the balls go soft fairly quickly. But I guess that's all part of parcel. As Bolden onto the front foot, tower defensive shot.
And these are some of the things that really puts together for a contest. You hear them speak about balls, even at the higher level. You hear the comparison between the Duke ball, and
Kookaburra.
Kookaburra.
The-
Talk
the-
about the seams.
Yeah,
That one is just work behind square by Bolden for another single. Yeah, so just drawing comparisons unto all these things that brings a contest.
well, yes, it all makes for a great contest. Also makes for the ability of players to adapt to the varying conditions, and that is what the longer format is about, Andy. At the highest international level, the test, first class, and even here, our red ball 3-day competitions. It's supposed to be a test of character, skill, and ability.
Yes, definitely a test of those attributes, like Wayne rightfully said. As you see Bishop just getting some deliveries to spin on the previous delivery, just some bumps at the carries. So as the ball gets older, obviously he would enjoy his skills set. As this one is played behind point, there by Paris. One is all his beak. Kyle Jordan in the picture doing work in that area.
Seeking to build an innings here for the defending champions, Wildey. Still very much determined to hold on to the championship that they took last season. Remember Wildey having a couple of seasons in which they were the bridesmaids on almost every occasion, and coming good last year. And I'm sure they like the feeling of being champions, and they're not going to give it up very easily.
Just seeing their support cast there. Preston, who's always there, manager Deal. Obviously, they've been around to build the camp, formerly Banks, for ever so long. John Bailey, he's very much there in view as well. These are ones that you can see every weekend.
Well, yes.
Give it a following.
A feature of this Wildey outfit is the cast, the entire cast. Players, supporters, holders, bang on target. Yes, players, supporters, the officials. Very much a thriving club. We complain sometimes nowadays about the falling standards as far as the club structure is concerned. But I think Wildey has stood out like a beacon among the institutions, the club institutions in Barbados. Outside the stamp, mild question being asked from behind as Paris is again beaten, squared up by another good delivery from Shamar Holder.
Again, like you said, probably the keeper is guilty of probably a bit too far back. As he had to pick that one up on the volley again.
And as you speak, it's not on the monitor, but as you speak, you see him marking out a new era. I think he is actually taking a pace forward. So even from then, your telepathic message has gone to him.
It's called years of cricket.
Well, yeah.
And being a former keeper
Just
as
know
well,
how. Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Just they know how. Former keeper. What I always say, once a keeper, always a keeper.
Always a keeper.
And,
It's just
even though
being in that role as you were yourself, it's just the intricacies of seeing everything around you on the field. He just has that ability as it seems a shower is with us. There in
Well,
the city
yes.
Empire is just pulling the steps now.
yeah, well, we hardly saw that crowd creeping in from the eastern side of the ground, from our location here in the media center. But the rain has arrived. It doesn't look a very heavy downpour at the moment, but heavy enough to encourage umpires Calendar and Codrington to call the covers on. Don't want to have a situation where you change the condition of the pitch in particular. And I think taking the area of caution, there's also the remainder of the square, which can actually become something of a problem, especially that pitch you talked about, the pitch further to the east, which is quite bare, almost looking like bare mud
Yes.
on that side. So you want to have that covered. And a couple of the players, long-standing member of the ground staff here, I think, by the way, it's his real name.
Ik Shandapur.
It's known as Shanda Paul. He's been here for quite a long time. One recalls him coming to the 3Ws Oval way back when this ground was refurbished, and
2006.
2006. Yes, well, right in time for the 2007 World Cup.
Yes.
And Shanda Paul has been here ever since then.
Yes.
We've seen him grow from a young, sprightly little figure into a more mature, gentleman now.
Yeah, he's known here at UWI, like you said, for over that long period of time.
And he's become part of the whole structure. Almost a piece of the furniture equipment.
It's definitely a
Shanda
part.
Paul.
It's definitely a part.
So 61 for 4 after 24.3 overs here at the 3Ws Oval in this key encounter between Wildey and the University of the West Indies, with featuring two teams very much in the hunt towards the head of the standings. And when the rains came, Wildey, who had won the toss and elected to bat in what looked like very favorable cricketing conditions, they were 61 for 4, having lost the wickets in the order of Demetrius Richards, who was bowled by Shamar Holder for 5. Shenaldo Taylor was caught by Jay Clark off Joshua Bishop. Jay Clark under the bat at forward short leg. I think that one coming off the bat pad. And Taylor going for 13. McCaskey went caught at mid-off by Zion Brathwaite off Calvin Marcus for 20. And the 4th wicket to go, that of Joshua Dorn, who was caught at slip by Hans Campbell. Ricochet off the gloves of wicket-keeper Demetrius Richards. Or Demario Richards, in fact, off the bowling of Joshua Bishop for 3. Neymar Bolden is on 13. Shane Paris is on 4. And the partnership so far yielding some 14 runs. And looking at the bowling, we have Shamar Holder, 7.3 overs, 2 maidens, 12 runs, and the 1 wicket. Jonathan Carter, trundling his off breaks with the new ball, 6 overs for 23 runs. It did create a chance. In fact, he saw Taylor put down in the covers by Kyle Jordan, a lofted drive from the left-handed Taylor. And then Calvin Marcus, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 11. And Joshua Bishop, who looks as if he's going to be in for a long spell, 6 overs, no maiden, 13 runs, and the 2 wickets. Andy, your impressions of the bowling for the UWI side?
Impressive. Like I said, in their home conditions that they know ever so well. You saw the strategy, definitely, like you said, the spinners from the south end the faster men from the northern end. And Shamar Holder, he gave them an excellent start. I mean, when he dismissed Demetrius Richards, that full delivery swing back into the left hander, and just taking the off stump out of the ground, it really set the tone for what the home side would have liked. Jonathan Carter, like you said, trundling his off spinners, has created that chance to Taylor, and it just fell to the ground. Kyle Jordan couldn't hold on, and then you saw Marcus replacing Shamar Holder. He picked up a wicket, 5 overs. He's got the ability to be aggressive. He's the aggressive bowler in this part. You saw him bowl a few short deliveries. Eventually got in the wicket of McCaskey, a delivery that got big on him, short pitch, and trying to punch it over the top, and just succeeded to hitting it to mid-off to be dismissed. But then Joshua Bishop, he came into the attack, and Bishop, like you said, he's got all the attributes of a good left-arm spinner in the making, one who he thinks got the ability to go all the way, as he's just so impressive for Barbados Pride in the recently concluded first-class tournament. Accurate as always, 6 overs, no middens, 2 for 13, wicket taken every right. And just the levels, the way how he got his dismissals, those modal dismissals, the left-hander just getting one to spin back into him and just working it into the crutches of that man there for his short leg. And then you saw the delivery to Dorn, a lot of spin and bounce, and Dorn couldn't keep it down the edge, taken, ricocheting off the keeper like you rightfully said, and going to first leg. But Bishop will be a threat in this innings for the Wildey side.
Well, we've got to watch this weather. It's beginning to look a bit dark over there on the eastern towards the southeastern, where the wind normally comes from, and also the clouds. But the Wildey side, good depth. They bat fairly deep, and so they're never really out of it. This team, with the likes of the captain Jerome Jones, who can be a very dangerous player on his day, good striker of the ball, and has a good all-round batting game. There's Carlos Maynard, one would have to say now the reserve keeper in the side, actually very much known as a keeper, one of 3 keepers in the setup here with Namar Bolden also. But Carlos Maynard, no slouch with the bat, and he has been known to pull Wildey out of many a hole. So there's those two, along with Desmond Currency, something of a bowling all-rounder. And Jaden Leacock himself is another one who is no slouch. And Tariq O'Neill, I believe last season he surprised everyone with a particular knock. I think he came in as a night watchman and then came back overnight and got a very decent score somewhere, I think 80 odd. So still some depth left in this Wildey batting lineup, but UWI doing very well to basically knock the top off of the batting.
Let's talk about the tournament setup, and you mentioned that depth. And remember, obviously, they've got the bonus points, the bowling points, the batting points, and they will want to leave this game with at least getting a batting point out of this game for sure. Winning the toss, electing to bat. You want to get those numbers, 200 being the first target to reach before you get the batting point. UWI, on the other hand, 4 bowling points on offer always once you get past that first 5. And they're well on tune pretty much to get that bowling point. But when you speak of the depth and you speak about Desmond Currency and Jerome Jones, you know how they can really go. Jones, remember the first round of matches where they had that impressive partnership at the back end of the innings.
But yes, actually, I think they would have been responsible, Wildey, for the highest team total for the competition so far. 406, I think for 6 declared it was. Well, 406 for sure, over 400. And if you recall, in that match against Spartan, they were at one point floundering at 90 odd for 6 wickets. And that lower order depth came to the fore for them. They've also picked up some good batting points. I remember making 290 odd against Wanderers a couple of series back, 300 in the last series of matches against Windward. So a team known for picking up maximum or close to maximum batting points, which is not a regular feature among most of the clubs in the competition. You will find that it is much easier for teams to set themselves up to get the maximum bowling points and the occasional maximum in the batting. But Wildey has done very well, and so we don't want to write them off, but we still can't help but emphasize the very excellent job that the UE bowlers have done in conditions that have turned out to be not as easy, let's put it that way, as it appeared when they made the decision to bat on winning the toss. The rain comes down a lot heavier now, and I think we ought to be set for a much longer interruption. It's now heading to 5 minutes after 2. The tea interval scheduled for 2:30. There's always the possibility of the umpires opting to take an early tea, with the hope of having a prompt start after the shower has subsided. So
well, let's take a look at those points as you were speaking about in terms of the tournament to date. And we speak about the Wildey and getting those batting points. And I can tell you, so far in the tournament, their position at position number 5 is 67 points. And if we have a look at this graphic that I have, I can tell you Wildey, they've amassed some 16 batting points so far and 20 bowling points to go with 16 batting points, 20 bowling points to go along with 31 match points to put them at 67 points.
well, yes, and 16 a good. When you look at it as percentage wise, basically 66% of the available 24 batting points. If you think about a maximum of 4 points per match for first innings, and to pick up 16 out of a possible 24, I don't think many teams could have done much better than that.
Well, just one team, if you stick a fin, is doing better than that, and that the form of the Empire side. They've so far amassed some 20 batting points
out of the 24
possible points.
Very well
So they've got 19 bowling points to go with their 32 match points. So 20 batting points. Only veteran, they're the one veteran Wildey in terms of those batting points.
Well, yeah, so one can see the one idea though, Andy, you know, I'm one of the people who didn't kick against the introduction of the point system as far as the batting bowling points were concerned. What I would have been skeptical about was keeping the first innings points. Having adopted the batting and bowling points in the first innings, I was a bit skeptical of if you really needed to maintain those 3 points that you got for taking first innings lead. And I remember in the very early days of the new system, having done a little bit of research myself, some calculations, and recognizing that it made a slim difference as to the outcome as far as positions were concerned in the standings. I don't know what your thoughts would be. Do we still need to have those 3 points for first innings lead?
Well, I think we still do need to have those first innings points. It's just as well as the bowling and batting points. I just think it lends to the team before you get an outright win. I just think a match needs to be set up in a position to know where it's going. And I think first inning points for me, that is where that particular point system is played. So, like you said, you have the batting or the bowling points, and then to go to outright victory, I just think outright point system, I just think it misses something there. So I would still stick with the...
I quite agree. Well, it offers an incentive, let's say...
before the match is complete.
In that first innings. Although, I guess the intention, though, of introducing the points at the top was hopefully to encourage teams, though, that once they get those batting and bowling points, then to go for the win. But, of course, it is an incentive, and it offers some reward, let's say. So
Yes.
I can give into that to it. Although, as I said, I was a bit skeptical about whether we needed both.
I can go on Wayne and continue to go through the point system for you and tell you where they sit in terms of batting and bowling points. You go again, 14 points in terms of the batting for the Fusion Boutique Spartan as well as this UE team. So they've acquired some 14 batting points in the terms of the numbers. Gladiola, who's topping the table, they've so far amassed some 12 batting points. But importantly, they've got 24 bowling points. So,
Yes, because I was listening to you calling those batting points, and it was quite noticeable. I wasn't hearing the table leaders, Gladiola coming in. But again, they're bowling, then as from you were telling me. But let's continue the batting for the other teams
for
in
the
the
other teams.
competition.
So we have, like I said, Gladiola on 12 batting points. Pickwick picked up some 12 batting points as well. Windward, 11 batting points. YMPC, the Review Urgent Care YMPC, 10 batting points. And then you come down to the Wanderers, 9 batting points. And Barbados Youth, Signet Globe Financial Barbados Youth, 6 batting points.
Well, so the more enterprising sides, because along with the collecting well, getting to that 300 mark, there's also a time frame in which you're asked to do it to get up to in that 75 over period, asking teams to score at a rate of 4 runs per over. Of course, there's the adjustment made for grounds where the boundaries are 3s and 4s. And one would tend to notice that, as I said before, though, that it is much easier to collect bowling points than those for batting. So I'm going to ask you now to look at, let's look at some of the bowling points.
So, yes, as we will mention that Gladiola, who are leading the table with 77 match points, all outright points, they've picked up some 24 bowling points. Also, UE, they've picked up
Which
24 bowling points.
Actually, before, let me stick a pin there. So before you're telling me after 6 series, Gladiola has actually picked up the maximum points available for bowling. Very well done by them.
Yes, UE likewise, and Pickwick. They've all acquired some 24 bowling points. And the standings, we got Wanderers, some 22 bowling points. Again, Bayview Urgent Care YMPC, 22 bowling points. As we just mentioned, seeing on the graphic, they're very much there. Bayview Urgent Care YMPC, 128 for 4. Kemar Smith, the captain, he's on 43. Kemal Smith, he's on 22. They're up against Pickwick. Jatario Prescott, he's doing the bowling, none for 19 from 3.2 overs. So sticking with those bowling points for a while, Win. You can see, like I said, 24 for 3 teams, 22 YMPC Wanderers, 21 Spartan, 19 to Empire and Windward. Those Signia Globe Financial Youth, what they've done well with, and they've picked up 23 bowling points.
Yes, very well on their part.
Yes, and so the bowling points, like you said, it's a lot easier to come by in terms of this graphic, and you see majority of the teams getting those bowling points as we spoke.
Well, and, over at Beckers Road, we're seeing.
Yeah, so and then we go to the match points there, Wayne. So in terms of the outright match points, you've got the win plus those first innings points that we mentioned. Gladiola, some 41 match points. Spartan, 40 match points. Empire, 32 match points. UE, 31, as well as Wildey. So they're both on 31 match points. UE and Wildey. YMPC, 25. Pickwick, 21. Wanderers, 16. Windward, 6. And the Youth, 3.
Another bit of data that I would be keen on checking would be wins, outright wins. How do the teams stack up as far as outright victories are concerned?
well, I'll have to go to another bit of technology for that. I'm sure
Okay,
we
so
can
we
get
go.
to that. We can get to that. But yeah, so you spoke about the grounds where the fours and sixes and how the match, the batting and bowling points work. You said 75 overs is the minimum of which you can get there. And fours and sixes grounds, you get the first batting points at 200 runs.
200.
And then you can pick up another one at 250. And at 300 runs, you can go to 4 batting points. So at the acquisition, and this is must be done within the 75 over
That's
period.
75 over limit.
Grounds of threes and fours, you get up to 175, and then you can earn your third batting point at 225 runs, and you pick up your fourth batting point once you get to 275 plus. In terms of the bowling, you know when that's where it works out for the bowling points. Your first 5 wickets gives you 2 points. The next 3 wickets gives you a third bowling point, and once you get up to 9 wickets, you can acquire your 4 bowling
The
points.
maximum for bowling points. So, I would want to encourage teams to look for those outright wins. I think that again, if I may go back to the earlier discussion about the first innings points, I think sometimes it may encourage teams not to go for that outright win at the end, knowing that they would have picked up whatever points they had in the first innings. And then the next objective then would be to go for the outright win.
Yeah, and well, again, you can get up to a maximum of 20 points in a game, maximum. So with that, the win factor comes into play, like you rightfully said, and that's where added with the acquisition of the batting and bowling points, that is where
Then
where it's
you look for that
that's where
maximum.
max-
The rain has eased up here a bit. I'm not so sure in our location, but I said I'm not so sure, but I would risk to bet that the umpires have opted for an early tee with a view to reducing the loss of any time if the possibility exists for a resumption, which I would suggest will be the case, seeing the major part of that cloud having dissipated. It's gotten a bit warmer. It's a little brighter on the outside. So just a matter of being fed with that information as to whether the interval has been called, and of course we wouldn't know, we wouldn't have an idea about how to get the as to when the match may resume until we see the clouds disappear altogether, the rain stops, and the covers have been removed. 61 for 4. Wildey, having won the toss and elected to bat against the UWI here at the 3Ws Oval at Cave Hill.
confirmation, Wayne, that they are definitely taking that early lunch. So just to get you the timing.
Ordinary club ground here at the 3Ws Oval. It is an international facility which we again purpose built with the coming of the 2007 World Cup to the Caribbean way back in 2007, and this ground has been excellently maintained. This facility generally has been excellently maintained as against most of the other clubs who would not have the resources of equipment and personnel to maintain a facility like this. We know about the struggles with a number of clubs with the surfaces, the outfields, with the dry conditions, the drought that have been encountered. And I myself, I can tell you that my club has suffered. We've actually had to transfer a couple of our games away from our home facility there at Eden Lodge because of the enormous cracks, that the bareness and dryness that have occurred at the ground. So we look for a prompt start here at UWI at 3Ws once the showers subside.
Yes, Win. So if you go on screen, you can see a game here playing at Beckles Road. You can see Kemar Smith just burned up a half century, 53 of 39 deliveries. Kemar Smith, the captain of the YMPC side, they're up against Pickwick. They're 139 for 4. They're into the 26th over. He's got good support from Kemal Smith, who's on 22. Pickwick, they win the toss. They won the toss there at Beckles Road and opted to send the home side.
So obviously the rains have not gone on the southern side of St. Michael, the parish of St. Michael. The 3Ws Oval very much in the northwestern area of the St. Michael parish, and those showers not affecting the game there at Beckles Road. One recalls, and Andrew might remember this, back in the day, even before the advent of the covers being introduced, we got a number of situations where say YMPC and Darrell's Road one
Querying have been a bit earlier about the number of outright victories for teams there. As I said, they're just awaiting the return of that ball. So young Rashawn Hackett, he's going to join you. I'm sure he's our stats man.
well, yeah,
You
Rashawn.
give him lots of homework.
Well, yes, and he's been doing a fantastic job, I must say. Actually had to fast track him from primary school on to secondary.
Soon graduate. So I'm going to make
he took the common entrance exam early.
So I'm going to just exit the table here, and Rashawn is going to join you in just for a short bit, and you guys will definitely look to that for that information as to the match wins per team.
Well, yes, thank you very much, Andy. And of course, it's nice to be back together again with Rashawn. The Andrew Mason would call him the rookie in the pack. Of course, being of this younger generation, very much into the digital age, and it comes so simple to these young people as far as the technology is concerned. A bit of a challenge for myself. I try my best to keep up with it. So, Rashawn, once again, you ready with our information yet, or you still?
Well, a very good afternoon to you, Wayne, and a good afternoon to all of our viewers. The information that you're asking for. Outright wins, is that
Yes,
what you
we
and
were
Andy were?
Andy did a comprehensive look through of the points and how they have been acquired by the teams. And the one question I asked that he wasn't able to furnish was how was the teams doing as far as outright wins are concerned.
Well, Wayne, because we don't get that information until the end of the season, it wouldn't be on standby.
The game that we are focusing on at this point in time.
Well, let's talk about Wildey first. We know what happened in Series 1. Wildey versus Spartan. That was the first outright win of
For
the
Wildey,
season.
yes. Remember that.
And then in Series 2,
Tremendous.
Wildey would have gone up against Gladiola. And they were beaten.
Beaten in a low scoring encounter. I remember that also.
Yes, so that is Series 2. So Wildey would have had 2 outright results. Series 3 now. YMPC, another outright win. Wildey won by 182 runs. So Wildey have been involved in a lot of games where they've been an outright winner. Series 4, when we went over to Empire, that was a drawn game. That was a drawn game where Kevin Stout put down that masterful innings of 188. We went on to Series 5, Wildey versus Wanderers, another drawn game there.
I
Jonathan,
think that's one that got away from Wildey. Very much in control of that game going into the last day. And you call the name Jonathan Drakes, defying Wildey on that last day.
and Series 5, Wildey won first innings with a lead, but another match drawn.
That was the rain this time.
That was the rain. Correct.
Yeah, the rain got the better of things there.
Well, no, that was Series 6, actually.
Oh, that was Series 6.
That was
yes.
Series 6. Series 5 would have been Wildey versus Wanderers. So, Wayne, from your count, how much outright wins is that for?
Well, that's 2 wins for Wildey.
2 wins for Wildey. Now, if we look back at UWI's history for this tournament so far, UWI versus Superblend Gladiola would have been the first game.
We lost the first match for sure.
UWI lost the first match, so that's an outright win there. Series 2, UWI would have gone up against Bayview Hospital YMPC, and they won by 10 wickets. So a convincing outright win there for the UWI side. Series 3, that was a drawn game. UWI versus Empire, but UWI got the first innings. They got the better of the Empire side. Series 4, UWI and Wanderers, another drawn game. Series 5, we saw UWI go up against ESA Field Pickwick, another match which was drawn. I feel like I'm missing a game. Do you recall who UWI played? UWI and Windward.
Yes,
UWI,
I think UWI beat Windward.
UWI did beat Windward. So between these two teams, Wayne, you've been keeping track.
Yeah, 2 wins apiece, actually.
2 wins apiece.
2 wins apiece. I suspect Gladiola might be an interesting team to follow because, as Andy pointed out, they're one of the teams who have taken maximum bowling points in the entire competition. They've gotten all 24 bowling points up to this stage of the competition. Of course, you know, winning cricket matches is all about dismissing the opposition. Of course, that is 20 wickets, not just 10. Not just the 10 in the first innings.
Well, absolutely, and that would explain why Gladiola is at the top of the table right now. They've been playing brilliant cricket all season. They've been bowling very well.
Yes, and it's also to do with the conditions that their home ground have been very bowler friendly. One recalls that game against Wildey on a really green top, if you may refer it to that, and a game conducive to an outright result. And I think those conditions that they're at Gladiola, good for cricket. You know, I sometimes it's nice to see that variety as against some of the flat, bland surfaces that exist mainly once the conditions are good, once the weather stays away. And I thought that particular pitch at Gladiola for that second series match with Wildey was quite a sporting one, and really led to an enthralling cricket. You know, it maintained your interest throughout. We go there. So play has resumed. Rashawn.
That's Rashawn. Rashad is my brother, actually.
Yeah, well, yeah. Rashawn.
Yeah, so 140 for 4. ESA Field Pickwick winning the toss and opting to field, sent in this YMPC side to have a bat. Kimar Smith, he's doing well so far, and Kimar Smith is alongside him.
You know, at one point there were 4 Smiths in our YMPC team.
Kimar.
Two sets of brothers. It was Dwayne and Kimar, and Kimar and Kimal.
Okay.
2 other brothers. And there was also a second Dwayne Smith at one point.
Wow.
At one point, yeah. This is some years back. So it was a matter of the Smiths ruling things at Beckers Road.
Well, you know, now that we've spoken about brothers, have we seen a match in this series, in this year so far, where brothers have come up against one another? Because I know today the Richards brothers, Demetrius and Demario, would
come across,
be against one another. Obviously, Demetrius being of the Wildey side, Demario being of the UWI side. Have we seen that for this season so far? I don't recall us.
Well, no. Well, again, I wouldn't say for sure, but about who we maybe have to need a look and see who are the peers of brothers that appear across the landscape of the elite division in particular.
Well, we call the Smith brothers. They're on the same side, though. I know that from Wanderers, early on they would have had one heart playing, but the other heart would have represented in the first division, so they would have not came up against one another. I can't recall. I don't think that we've seen it this season. This might be the first game.
An interesting development last series where we saw Dwayne and Kimar collect all 10 wickets
Yes.
in a match against think Kimar picking up 6 and Dwayne against Pickwick. No, not it was the game before this. Short delivery and pulled away by Kimar Jabari. So you in the Gladiola innings, I think that was a rather unique feature. It would be interesting to find out if that was a first, or if and actually, or whether it had been done previously. But at the break here, we see the teams, where the players coming off the field. I believe that is for the tea interval with the home team, YMPC, Urgent Care, Bayview Hospital, YMPC, 146 for 4 with Kimar Smith not out on a 58, and Kemal Smith, aka Tiny, he is not out on a 23. The wickets to have fallen so far. Jadan Jones, he was leg before wicket to Preston Clark for 16. Xavier Trotman went caught by Craig Holder off Clark for no score. Edwin Currency Barnett leg before wicket to Rondre Yearwood for 19. And a third wicket to Preston Clark. Najee Bishop bowled for 23. Those are the 4 wickets falling for the YMPC team, who were invited to bat at their home ground. Jataria Prescott, 5 overs for 30 runs. Preston Clark, 10 overs, 3 for 39 with 2 maidens. Impressive figures. Rondre Yearwood, the left-arm spinner, who has been collecting wickets on a consistent basis. 9 overs, 1 for 46 with 2 maidens. And Antonia Morris, with his off-spinners, 3 overs for 26 runs. So I think we can say YMPC slightly dominating proceedings at the 146, although losing 4 wickets. Actually, they were 60 for 4 at one point. So this partnership worth some 86 going into the break between the two Smiths, Kimar and Kemal.
Yes, certainly a good start from the YMPC side at 146 for 4. You could not have said that any better, Wayne. I think that they'd be happy with the position at this point, 27 overs into the game, and being 146 for 4. Kemal Smith, along with Kimar Smith, these two guys are building an excellent partnership. They've built the platform to come back after the tea break, and continue to pile on the runs. And I'm sure that if these two continue in the form that they have been in, YMPC could be in for a very good total here on day 1.
Rattling along at a rate of 5.41 runs per over, as West Indies are continuing to make the Sri Lankan bowlers toil there at North Sound in Antigua. We see that partnership now were even gone past the 300 mark. That 6-wicket stand between Amir Django and Roston Chase. Django 185 and approaching a double century. So converting what was a maiden 3-figure knock now, and looking to get up to the 200-run mark. Phenomenal performance it would be for the young man, who actually only got to play in this match because of the injury to Shea Hope.
Wow, that is what you call cashing in on an opportunity. He got the opportunity, made the most of it, and you know what? Going into the next game, he will have to play.
And if he has to play and Shea Hope has to play, somebody else will not play.
Somebody else will not play.
As we
Who
have
do you think that person, I don't mean to put you on the spot though, but who do you think that person could possibly be? Looking at the squad right now, I would say it's between the wicketkeeper De Silva, Hodge. I feel it would have to be one of those two. Who do you think?
Well, I wouldn't want to think, but I agree with you that it would be one of those two.
Yes.
It'd be a tough call to make, but if 321 actually, that partnership between Django and Chase, but let's say that Shea Hope comes back into the side. What I can tell you, Django is also a practicing and accomplished wicket keeper. Shea Hope is also where we know of Shea Hope's wicket keeping ability. Although I've been hearing somewhere in the background that Shea might have been having some problems with a knee, which might have affected his ability or maybe even desire to keep wicket in a 5-day match, more or less. So that may be. So, but what I'm trying to allude is that the silver comes under immense pressure immediately
Yes.
with this performance by Django.
Yes, certainly. And to just speak more about Shea Hope, I don't know about the knee, but what I will say is that to wicket keep in a test match is never an easy job. You're keeping long spells, and then he's expected to come back out and bat for the same amount of time. So a lot of pressure on the body there for any wicket keeper, not just Shea Hope, but he does it so well.
We're looking at our screen here, our monitor. We're seeing the covers now is apparently being removed, so the showers actually did reach a bank hall. And Empire, when the rain came, 100 for 2 in 22.3 overs. Kevin Stout and Cheyenne Brathwaite, the openers, are both dismissed for 44 and 23 respectively. Nathan Seeley batting at number 3 and unveiling a new revelation, more or less, as a batter, batting at number 3 at the top of the order for Empire, doing very well. One recalls him being left stranded. I think it was last match when the rains came. He's there on 25 not out, and Kevin Wickham back in the side is on 4. Empire 100 for 2 after winning the toss and electing to bat against Gladiola there at Bank Hall.
Well, Wayne, I'm having a look here over at the Wanderers Spartan game. Tevin Imlach and Craig Brathwaite at the crease. Craig Brathwaite, 82 from 90 deliveries. Tevin Imlach, 26 from 36 deliveries. So those two are forming an amazing partnership. Earlier, Joshua Morris, he got 1 ball coming fresh off of a century. And Jonathan Drakes, he went for 20 from 41 deliveries. So Wanderers, 128 for 2 after 28 overs. And they too are at break. I suspect the rain caused an early tea break. Let's have a look over at some of the other scores though. Bayview Hospital YMPC, we've had a look at that game. Signia Globe BCA Youth versus Windward. The youth team opted to bat and are 92 for 3. DeMarco Wiggins, he went without scoring. Thomas Armstrong, 24 from 24 deliveries. Isaiah Goodman, 20. And the 2 not out batsmen are Kilani Clark, 27. Justin Paris, 14. But now that I've mentioned these 2 youngsters, Wayne, that brought something to mind. The Barbados on the 19 side. I want to hear your thoughts about the makeup of it. Obviously, a very talented side at that. Very, very talented side. I'll read it out for you. Gadson Bowens, captain. Asher Branford, Kalani Clark, Kimar Dixon, RJ Gittins, Jordan Graham, Zarel Harding, Jahidi Hines, Raphael Lovell, Justin Paris, Rajiv Parsaram, Jakeem Pollard, Seth Smith, DeMarco Wiggins.
Well, I may not be as informed as you are as far as, I mean, the other choices that the selectors had in coming to this 11. But looking at it, it looks as if it contains all of the suspects that one would have, that you would think could make a Barbados under 19 side. And some interesting names, though, that jump out at me. I don't know, this youngster, Zarel Harding. I have been watching this guy progress from the time he was about 12, 13 years old. And it is I'm happy to see his development. As a young fast bowler. Who has caught the eye. He has been at school in England, and like I said, I've been following his progress ever since he was about age 12, 13, and happy to see that he has forced his way into this side He's still got another. I suspect he still has a couple more years at the under 19 level, having made the team at this point in time. Justin Paris and Rajiv Parsuram, those two have made quite an impression on me following the scores. I haven't been seeing the BCA youth play a lot, but these two leg spinners, it's interesting to see that the BCA youth have been able to produce two young leg spinners, productive also. They both have been picking up wickets on a consistent basis, and I'm quite keen to see how they go among their peers in the regional competition. Well, we already know of Paris in particular, his ability as an all-round player, and young Parsuram though has been fairly prolific, even at the senior level right here in Barbados. So those names are ones that jump out. The Jaquim Pollard, another one who has been recognized outside of Barbados at the regional level. He has been called up for a couple of camps, and and represented West Indies teams, under 19 World Cup player, West Indies under 19 player. He's expected to do very well. The likes of RJ Gittins, another one of those regular names that we have. Asher Brandford, a youngster who caught my eye first of all in the Sagarfi Sobers International Tournament last season, playing for Foundation, and I also had a look at him earlier this season playing in the Shield competition, opening the bowling for the Foundation School himself, and the young McAllister, younger brother to Jair McAllister.
Yes.
Two young men, good brisk pace, and very, very exciting and interesting prospect. So, and of course, before I finish, I couldn't finish in speaking to Rashawn Hackett. I don't mention that Raphael Lovell is in this team. Your captain at Christ College before your break in play.
Well, Raphael Lovell and Jordan Graham as well. You can't forget the two QC boys, two very good friends of mine. Both batsmen. Raphael Lovell would be an all-rounder though. Both a bit of left-arm orthodox. Jordan Graham, he's an out-and-out batsman. Usually features as an opening batsman and number 3. Both are actually in England on scholarship playing cricket at the moment. I'm sure they'll return to the island. Well, actually, they should be back in the island because I think they're playing in this series. So, both two very talented individuals. I think the whole team is a very good team. And I believe that Barbados will continue to do well as they normally do at the regional level. And I see another cup coming back to Barbados. A very, very balanced side. All talented individuals who's proved themselves at the senior level in Barbados cricket in the Elite Division.
Let me put you on the spot, though. Any players, let's say, anyone out of the squad who you believe, I won't want to say we're hard done by, but we're very close to a pick. Anybody outside of this unit?
Well, my answer is actually going to be a bit biased, but I think that I wouldn't say that they've been hard done, but someone who I feel was very close was a young Thomas Armstrong, Queen's College boy, because first of all, to score 150 runs in a first division game is unheard of for a schoolboy. I can't remember the last time a schoolboy has scored 150 in first division for the BCA youth team. And then to follow it up, he followed up with a half century the very next game, and he was actually the top run scorer in the first division competition, the whole competition, not just for the youth team, before he was promoted to the Elite Division. And I would say he was very, very close, ended up as a reserve, but that's life. That's life. A group of very talented individuals, so someone is always going to miss out. So Thomas Armstrong is the only one that comes to mind as of right now, but I do not think he would be disheartened by that whatsoever. I see him as a young man who has a lot of potential. He should have another year in under 19, so next year he's definitely one that the selectors will have their eyes on. I believe he's put a good foot forward to be considered next year.
I remember having a little chat with another youngster like yourself who had some interest in this under 19 side, and he made the point to me that they picked 4 wicket keepers. First of all, can you identify those 4?
Well, the 4 wicket keepers would obviously be Captain Gadson Bowens, Kalani Clark from the St. Leonard School. There's also Seth Smith from Queen's College, and the 4th wicket keeper. Who is the 4th wicket keeper now that I'm here looking at it? I am only familiar with 3, unless we're counting young Jordan Graham. He does a bit of everything. But there are 3 out-and-out wicket keepers: Gadson Bowens, Kalani Clark, and Seth Smith. And I don't know if that person was considering Jordan Graham. He does a bit of everything. He can bowl leg spin, bowl off spin. He wicket keeps at times for Queen's College. But I would say there are 3 wicket keepers in this side.
And all earning their positions, though.
All earning their positions. All of them have
obviously
scored.
the captain will be the number 1.
Yeah, obviously the captain would be number 1. But they've all scored runs here in Barbados cricket. Gadson Bowens, he would have gone away. But from my reports, he's been doing very, very well over at his school in the UK. So all of them are very talented. All of them have earned their spots. And it's just a matter of who will take the gloves. Yeah, Seth Smith. I mentioned Seth Smith.
You call Seth Smith as one of the wicket keepers.
Yeah, so I would say there are 3 wicket keepers in this side. But we must not forget the management team. Behind every good team is management who leads these boys. So, Mr. Robin Paris taking up the role as head coach this year alongside Roderick Estwick, assistant coach. Mr. Dwayne Best is manager, and physiotherapist looking after all of these boys' health is Queen Dalrymple. That is the management squad that will lead this Barbados under-19 team in this year's regional tournament.
Well, that's a regular team. They noticed a promotion for Robin.
Yes, well, that actually would have came on the back of Mr. Sherwin Campbell being promoted to head coach of the women's team, the senior women's team. So Mr. Robin Paris was next in line. He came in, a very good coach. He would have coached me a bit at the Center of Excellence coming through. So he's a very experienced guy, and I'm sure that he will do a good job leading these youngsters.
And, of course, Roddy Estwick. Very, very experienced, long-standing coach. I believe he would be there to help out as far as raising Robins, making life a lot easier for the new coach.
Well, nothing more needs to be said about Roger Estwick, to be quite honest. Anyone in Barbados knows his record as a coach. He's one of the best, if not the best. He's a very experienced guy, one who's very passionate about fast bowling. Whenever he sees a fast bowler, he always breaks down their action and has advice for them. So, Mr. Roderick Estwick, I'm sure that he's listening on the cricket, and he always does a great job. Always does a great job.
A former West Indies bowling coach.
Absolutely.
A couple of stints at that. Long-standing too. And, well, of course, Dwayne Best, now given as the manager, being the manager of a number of very successful Barbados junior teams over the past few seasons. And again, the same thing goes to the physiotherapist, Queen Dalrymple. So here it is. We can only wish the Barbados under-19 squad the best of luck. And given their respective skills and abilities, we hold out very high hopes, as like you said earlier, of Barbados coming back with yet another age group championship when this competition is finished.
Yes, absolutely. So, we've talked about the Barbados under-19 squad. As it stands here at the 3Ws Oval, Wildey 61 for 4. The rain has interrupted play. You're not missing out on anything. The covers are still on here at the UWI ground. So, Wayne, we will go and have a bit of lunch, and we'll see you viewers back here shortly. Don't go anywhere. We're in for an thrilling game right here at the 3Ws Oval.
Well, the game that we were covering, the main game is very much off. Of course, you're talking about the game on top of the hill at Cave Hill between the defending champions, Wildey, and of course, the Wildey side looking to do well against UWI. But, about an hour ago, rain cats and dogs and pigs. But we are very much at Beccles Road, and the good thing is that in that part of the world, the weather has been kind, and we're very much covering that match. The Smith brothers are very much at the crease. Kemal Smith is on 58, and Kimar, he's very much there as well. 149 for 4. They're playing against Pickwick, Preston Clark, Queen's College bowler, former. With this very gentle off spin is going to take it up. As you can see, it's pretty devoid of grass, the pitch. But I imagine with all the rains that we've had in recent times, that could very well change. Here's Clark. And this is Bayview Hospital YMPC, sponsored by Urgent Care. These Smith guys have been very much in the picture for quite a long time. 150 for loss of 428 overs gone. Pickwick won the toss and elected to field. They're playing away from home, I suppose, because of the conditions. As far as the rain concerned, that would have influenced the decision. Rashawn Hackett is with me, and 150 for 4. Hello, Rashawn. Nice to see you.
Very good afternoon, Andrew. It's good to see you as well, and it's good to see some cricket here at this ground. A clash between YMPC and ESA Field Pickwick. The weather has been kind up there, as you stated. And the Smith brothers, they continue to excel. Kimar Smith, 58 from 48 deliveries. And Kemal Smith, he's on 24 from 47 deliveries. Ball in hand for Pickwick. That's Rondre Yearwood, left-arm orthodox bowler. Let's see what he has to offer.
How good is young Rondre Yearwood?
Well, he's a
I know his father was pretty good.
Yeah. Well, Rondre is a very, very good bowler. He's very deceptive. He varies his pace very well. He has a nice arm ball that normally gets the right-handed batsman first ball. Well, he starts a bit down the leg side, but Rondre Yearwood, he's been very prolific for the Pickwick side this season.
YMPC, Young Men's Progressive Club, a club that has produced some wonderful cricketers over the years. Of course, Joel Big Bird Garner, the most notable. Collis King also played for them as well. I remember Collis King in a match against my club, St. Catherine's, could have been about maybe 25, 30 years ago. Scored 269, and it was one of the innings that I'll never forget. One stage, YMPC were 69 for 4, and what a knock, hit the ball out of St. Philip. Collis King. So playing the game, I understand.
Wow.
In England. So I'm recently in St. Vincent when the then Prime Minister, the 5-star general, of course we were talking about Dr. Ralph Gonzalez, hosted some of the legends. I was lucky enough to have been invited, and there was Collis King, looking as fit as ever. That would have been back in August, the Emancipation series, along with Sir Clive Lloyd. Derek Murray was there as well, Sir Andy Roberts. The big guns were there in St. Vincent.
And you were there as well.
I got a pick.
Well, you are one of the big guns, I must say.
Well, I'm a big snapper.
in a different capacity, but you're one of the big guns in media.
Yeah. The other thing, too, is that I remember that very well, Dr. Ralph Gonzalez, who was then the Prime Minister, the 5-star general. He was hoping to make it 6, but that didn't happen. His party was soundly beaten. In fact, he only got one seat. He really looked after the guys very, very well. And it was really a fantastic time in St. Vincent last August. No doubt St. Vincent are looking forward to hosting some CPL matches. I think there are 3. Of course, the president of the Cricket West Indies is the Minister of Tourism there, Dr. Kishore Shallow. It's also got a new CEO as well. Yeah. Andy Payne knows everybody's business. He's just told me that. Now that ball is hit mightily. Now, if you know YMPC is a very small ground, and there's a geriatric hospital in the far side of the ground, and that was hit very, very hard indeed. That's gone. There are 3s and 4s there, but that really deserved about 10.
Well, let's just hope that that one doesn't wake up the folks in the hospital. That one went a long way. Good hit there from Kimar Smith, dismissing Preston Clark over the boundary for 4 runs, as you stated, because 3s and 4s on this ground. Clark just got a bit too full on that occasion. Just easy scoring for Smith. So they'll have to wait for that one to come back.
This is the only elite game that is being played. The Beckles Road area spared, well, the rain. Of course, the farmers in that area would love the rain. We've had generally dry conditions for quite a long time, but since last week, we've had lots of rain. And again today, and if there's one venue that normally absorbs the water quite nicely, is this venue in terms of UWI. But so much rain, and the covers couldn't take it, and they decided to call it Wildey with the defending champions under some pressure, losing 4 wickets for 61 runs. So the attention, of course, turned to this game. How are YMPC doing in terms of the points, Rashawn?
Well, YMPC, I think that they sit just in the middle of the table. They come in after Wildey in 6th position on 57 points. They're tied with Pickwick, actually. So the winner of this game will get the upper hand over the other team. So they'd be hoping to get some points in this game. First target would be to get to that 180 for batting points, because on the 3s and 4s ground, the total is less, if I'm correct?
Yeah, it's actually 175.
175, my apologies, yes.
That's fine. They get the points if they make 180 as well.
Well, that would be the first goal for the YMPC side.
It's 180, then, of course, 225 if it back haul, and then 275 for maximum points. That would be at your Andy Payne's club. It would be at Beckles Road, and it would also be at Bank Hall.
Bank Hall, yes. Three of the
Don't think
smaller
I've missed
grounds.
out any. And Rice's as well.
Rice's as well.
Yeah. I wonder which would be the smallest of those grounds.
Well, I'll tell you what, Andy Payne certainly doesn't believe that Maple is the smallest.
Well, he would say that.
He would think that that is one of the biggest grounds.
He would also say that as well.
a very proud Maple man.
But Richard said, maybe I could ask Andy who would have played all these venues. The smallest, Andy. You've got, of course, YMPC. You've got Empire. You've got Maple. And you've got Rice's. Which is the smallest? Between YMPC and Bank Hall. All right. You didn't include Maple?
Well, Maple, in the scheme of it, Maple actually is bigger than those two grounds.
You
And
reckon?
surprisingly, right, Rice's does have that very long end,
Yeah.
which is
So
going...
you reckon Bank Hall is the smallest or YMPC?
I would say Bank Hall, to be quite honest.
Mm.
YMPC is a very small ground, but Bank Hall, they take small to another level.
Yeah.
When I see the under-13s playing at Bank Hall, they're clearing the grounds pretty easily. So
Really?
I would say it's Bank Hall. Yeah. The under-13s are very, very strong these days, Andrew Mason.
Yeah. Well, in fact, we had the under-13 finals on Tuesday. Milo Lodge winning against St. Leonard's. They defended 152 quite nicely. Young off-spinner Wilson, Andy Payne's favorite cricketer at this level. Certainly bowled beautifully. Lovely high action. Good control. He's got a good arm ball as well, so you're going to keep your eyes on Wilson. Donico Wilson.
Yes,
Did you interview him, Rashawn?
I did not have a chance to interview young
Okay.
Donico Wilson. I would have interviewed the two captains after the finals. I spoke
Okay.
to young Nathan Carrington and Zadarius Canterbury.
Yep.
Two very intelligent lads. Carrington, he seemed very positive and enthusiastic. After they lost the final, he told me that they would come back next year and look for the win. So it's always good to hear that mindset from the youngsters. I was also very impressed with young Went.
Yes.
He batted and he bowled well.
Good cricketer. Little
Good
man,
cricketer.
but a very good cricketer as well. So YMPC, 157 for 4. Of course, trying to get to 175 to pick up those first set of batting points. And of course, Pickwick, another wicket, they'll get 2 bowling points. So those bonus points are so important. Good to see Jatari Prescott in the game, former Barbados under 19 cricketer.
Yes, it's always good to see Jatario Prescott. Would have missed 1 or 2 games this season due to injury, but he's back and he's looked fit all morning.
How quick is he?
Well, he isn't the quickest of bowlers.
Okay.
He more so gets the ball to swing. He has a
Swing.
very, very deep
Tall
swinger.
guy.
Yeah, tall guy.
Does he
Get-
get, I would imagine, bounce?
Yes, a lot of bounce indeed. Has a very deep in swinger. Naturally in swings the ball,
Okay.
but he's not known for his pace. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Nico Smith, is he quickish?
Well, he bowls a heavy ball. A very, very strong lad.
Can he
Broad
get-
shoulders.
Can he get up to 90 miles an hour?
I can't tell you that, to be
Okay,
quite honest. I
okay.
can't tell you that.
Maybe
That would
it-
require the speed gun and the technology.
Maybe 89.
Maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe.
There's a king from Wanderers,
Kyron King. Very, very quick.
Sharpish. Yeah,
I would say he's the quickest of them
I
all.
think so. Yeah, I saw him at a couple of matches. He looks pretty quick.
He just reminds me of the typical West Indies fast bowler. He's not afraid to use his short ball
Okay.
whatsoever.
Is there anyone that we're missing that would have played at that time? Andy Payne. You got Kyron King. You got Renico Smith. Jatarik.
Well, when we
Jatarik
talk about
Prescott.
young fast bowlers, we also have a Jaden Lord.
Jaden
He's
Lord,
not
not
the
bad.
quickest of them all,
He
but he's
plays
a
for-
very skillful bowler.
That's a big hit. Pitched up hit up towards the position that's gone up towards the boundary.
And it looks as if he's out.
Yeah, looks as if he might have been caught there. The ball was given Samir. Went for the big hit up at long off, and from the reaction of the fielders, the catch taken down at that long off area. So a wicket for the Pickwick side. Of course, there's R.J. Gittins, who perhaps maybe the quickest. I think he is. Would you dispute that?
I would say it's a close one between RJ and Kyron King.
Kyron King.
I would say it's a very close one. Both are two guys who are very, very quick, have that express pace. But RJ, he's still a very young lad, to be quite honest. So I believe that he will
went to
end
the
up.
Under 19 World Cup.
Yes, most definitely. I believe he will probably end up being the quickest of them all. He's probably the youngest one.
Yeah, I understand he's actually in England now on a scholarship. I think. Is he back now?
Yes, he's back in the
Okay.
island now, but he
Okay.
would have had a stint over in England on scholarship. It's always good to see those guys going away, getting the opportunity to play in different conditions, learning more about their crafts.
Yeah, and of course the Under 19 team was just selected. He's part of that team, and I would imagine you expected him to get it. You do have the Under 19 team, and you're very close to the action, Rashawn. And any surprises in terms of that squad?
Well,
Let's have a look at that squad.
No surprises. We'll just run through the squad once again. Gadson Bowens, captain. Asher Branford, young pace bowler from the Foundation School. Kalani Clark, wicketkeeper batsman from St. Leonard's. Kimar Dixon, St. Leonard's batsman as well. RJ Gittins, Jordan Graham, Cyril Harding, Jahidi Hines, Raphael Lovell, Justin Paris, Rajiv Parsaram, Jakeem Pollard, Seth Smith, and DeMarco Wiggins.
That's a strong side.
It's a very, very strong side indeed.
I want to spend some time on Pollard. How good is he?
Oh, he's a very, very good bowler. First of all, let's look at how he's built. He has the build of a fast bowler. Very tall guy, very big guy. Intimidating already when you just see him.
Is he muscular?
Muscular, you could say so. You could say so.
I like him. I think he's got the ability. I'd like to maybe see him get a bit fitter. I note with interest that the World Cup he was tended to be down on pace, but of course fitness is so vitally important. But I think if he gets fit, in fact, I want to suggest to you that he is one that I think that the Barbados Cricket Association should identify. For the others, look after him. Look at this, what's happening with him at home, and because I think from what I've seen, young Pollard has got the ability, one season that environment, to go all the way. He is big and strong, left-hander, gets the ball to do a bit. But what I like about him is he's pacey, and I certainly think that he's one. I think R.J. Gittins as well. He's certainly one that you can look at. Like Branford is a good all-rounder. Seth Smith, I think, is one that, as a batsman, is good. Very good keeper, and one certainly for the future. That's a strong, strong side.
It is a very, very strong side. Something that I would have spoken to Wayne about earlier is the fact that a youngster like Thomas Armstrong would have missed out. No fault of his. I think that he performed.
Tell me about Thomas Armstrong. Where is he from?
Thomas Armstrong is from Queen's College,
Okay.
St. James boy, and Andy would know him very well. A Maple boy.
Okay. So you think he should have made the side?
Well, I wouldn't say that I think he should have made the side. I think the selectors did a good job in selecting this side, but
But let me put it another way. Would you have picked him?
would I have picked him?
Yeah.
Because
Do I have to ask the question twice?
Strictly, solely because of the fact I am a QC guy, of course.
Oh.
Of course.
But that can't be the reason, though.
Well, I said Thomas Armstrong. I think he was a bit hard done because
Okay.
what I was telling Wayne earlier is that not many schoolboys have scored 150 runs in an innings in
Right.
first division playing for BCA Youth, and Thomas Armstrong did
Did
that.
that and
he
couldn't make
followed-
the side.
Well, not just that, but he followed it up with a half century the very next game.
Wonderful.
So before he was promoted to play in the Elite Division for the youth team, he actually boasted most runs in the entire first division tournament.
So a question: If you put young Armstrong in, who would you take out?
You see, now that's the hard thing, because
Take your time. Take your time.
all of these young guys have earned their spot on the team. I don't think it was a case where anyone has not earned it.
There's nothing wrong with a hard call, you know.
See, now you're trying to put me on the spot because all of these guys are my good friends,
Okay,
you know.
fair enough. But if I knew them well, then I would say, well, look, I think, this. I would say, well, I mean, I would have played this person.
Well, you
I
know,
them.
well, we both.
I
know all of
don't
the
know
guys.
them that well, I
Okay.
must admit. But well, if you say Armstrong is a good cricketer, I have no doubt. Of course, he's a good boy. Very good.
Very good guy.
Oh yes, his grandfather's Gregory Armstrong that we interviewed last week at Bank Hall. Yeah, but I understand he's a good cricketer.
Yeah, very good guy.
Okay, fair enough. Rashawn Hackett has gone quiet on me.
No, I've not gone quiet. I've not gone quiet at all. I was just here looking at the squad, and you asked me a very difficult question.
Is that what you were doing?
I was looking at the squad. You asked me a very difficult question of who I would take out. But I'm here looking at it now, and I can't say that I would take out anyone, because if we narrow it down,
Right,
Thomas Armstrong is a top order batsman. He usually would open, bat in the top 4, anywhere around there.
right.
The candidates that he was competing with would have been a young Kimar Dixon. There's
Okay.
also the likes of a Jordan Graham.
Yeah.
And who else would bat in the top 4? I suspect that Gadson Bowens, depending on his role in the team, sometimes he bats down the order when he's wicket keeping. Sometimes he would open the batting. So that all depends. But it would have came down to a Jordan Graham or a Kimar Dixon. And those
Okay.
two guys are very, very talented individuals. Jordan Graham, he would have earned his spot from last year in the under-17 regional
Right,
tournament.
right,
He
okay.
scored runs. Kimar Dixon, been so impressive all year. So you really put me on the spot to answer a hard question.
Okay, fair enough. Well, as a young journalist, these things will happen. But is Armstrong in the reserves, I would imagine?
Yes, he is in the
Okay.
reserve, so he would be training with the squad.
Who are the reserves, though? Do you know?
I do not know
Okay,
all
but
of the
he's one of the
actually.
reserves.
He is one of them.
Okay, well, we wish him well. Is there a vice captain?
There is no stated vice captain,
Okay.
actually, just captain
I know with
Gadson
interest.
Bowens. But a very strong team indeed. Loud appeal here from Preston Clark.
I think that's going down the leg side. Umpire Nurse, who's been around for quite a long time. So the only game that's been played at the elite level in Beccles Road Country, Pickwick up against the home side, YMPC. YMPC have been hot and cold. I'm sure when you look at the stats, you would find that they've won some games, but they've also lost a couple as well. What are they doing wrong, Rashawn?
What are they doing wrong?
Inconsistency is a big thing for them. too short?
Well, I know for sure when you talk about YMPC losing, I know for sure they would have lost that game against Spartan. A quite
Yeah.
A quite embarrassing win, one could say, if you are a YMPC supporter. I just think that they didn't bat well enough because they too did well with the ball in that game. They bowled out Spartan very cheaply, but the batting was simply not good enough, and they just didn't apply themselves with the bat. Obviously, it was a very difficult wicket from watching back the stream, talking with a couple of the guys. It was a very difficult wicket to bat on, but
Oh, really?
I still believe that they could have batted better, and some of the guys who played for YMPC in that game believe that as well. So you could say that the batting has let them down quite a bit.
All right, so it's 158 for 4.
Kimar Smith, he's on 58 from 49 deliveries. Kemal Smith, 31 for 57. And as we speak about YMPC's batting, have any of these YMPC batsmen registered a century for this tournament?
Well, you tell us. I won't be surprised if the answer is no.
I do not think so, actually. I
No.
know that young Edwin Currency Barnett, he would have scored a century in the Super Cup,
Yeah.
but no centuries have been.
What do you make of him, though?
Very, very impressive player. Good friend of mine as well. He is a powerful striker of the cricket ball. Oh, and there's a wicket. Rondre Yearwood picks up another one. He dismisses. Well, the name is not there, but he dismisses Renako Belgrave. He has to go back to the pavilion. A short stay for Belgrave, just nicking one to first slip. Easy catch taken in the end. So, Rondre Yearwood picks up yet another wicket. Rondre Yearwood doing what he normally does. He's so impressive with the ball. Just put it in front of the batsman, spinning away sharply. And Belgrave, he nicks it to first slip. He has to go back. Very well bowled from Rondre Yearwood. I want us, though, Andrew, to dive back into the last series of games. Let's have a look at some of the top performers from that round. And we'll start with one who would have played here in front of us today here at UWI, Demetrius Richards. 165 games, 165 runs, my apologies. He was so impressive. His first century of this season, and he went and scored a big one. He registered 165 versus Windward. Do you know much about Demetrius?
Yeah, I've seen him. Good cricketer. Do you like him?
Of course, very good lad. I've known him from the time I was a very young boy, actually. Primary school days, he would have went to the Franklin Stevenson Academy, where he started out, and I've known him since then, both him and his brother. New batsman to the crease, it looks to be Dwayne Smith, the veteran.
We got Australia. So the T20 World Cup, good news for the West Indies. Despite losing Rashawn, they're into the semi-finals. The England side with a comprehensive victory by 9 wickets over New Zealand. So New Zealand out. So the West Indies will play against Australia.
Well, as you speak, Dwayne Smith coming in and hitting at 6 immediately. Well, a 4 on this ground. Yearwood just over pitching. Smith just freeing up his hands. But congrats to the West Indies women. Truly deserved. They're into the semi-finals. And as we speak about West Indies, Ralston Chase is 193 runs, approaching a double century against Sri Lanka. West Indies 619 for 7. Wow.
Well, a gentleman just sent me a note and say you guys are wasting time, meaning that the West Indies should declare. Now, I want to invite your thoughts on this. Do you think the West Indies should declare and bowl at Sri Lanka this evening?
A lead of 311 runs on day 3. I see no problem with what they're doing, to be quite honest. I would bat out the remainder of the day, and that leaves them with 2 full days to try to 2-for-1 Sri Lanka. So I see no problem with it whatsoever. They would have bowled out Sri Lanka for just 308 in the first innings. So I am sure that they believe if they bat long enough, put on a big enough score, they can 2-for-1 them, win by an innings and some. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting one. I know that I was talking to Andy Payne about it this afternoon, and he reckons that the West Indies should look at maybe bowling this afternoon. There are 2 days left in the match. You may want to bowl maybe 3 or 4 overs, 5, 6 to try to pick up a wicket or 2. Or you may want to say, look, let me try and bat and try to get maybe a lead of 350 and give myself 2 days to bowl them out on what it looks like a pretty placid pitch. That's an interesting one.
Well, regardless of what
I may be inclined to bat on a bit. I mean, there's 7 wickets and plus 2. Roston Chase is approaching a double century, so you would want to at least give him the opportunity to maybe get his double century. There are 2 days left in the match. What would you do? You'd bat on?
I would bat on.
Okay.
I would bat on, but I
And
don't
the Payne
disagree.
reckons, and the Payne is looking for 5 overs, 6, about 10 overs this afternoon. Not 10, maybe 5, looking for a wicket or 2.
I don't disagree with Andy Payne, though. I understand why he would want to bowl this evening.
So why don't you disagree with him, but you've taken a different view?
Well, because I believe that regardless of what the West Indies do, they're in a very strong position. When you have 624 runs on day 3 of a test match, and you've already
But
bowled
you
out,
wouldn't do what Andy Payne is suggesting.
I wouldn't do what Andy
Okay,
Payne is
I agree with you.
I wouldn't do.
But I would go with you. I would bat on. I think. I mean, it's not that the West Indies are 8 or 9 men out. They've still got batting. Shamar Joseph is capable. So I would look for a lead of 350, even 375, and give myself 2 days to bowl them out and try and win the game by an innings. I do that.
Well, and
You see, it's not a question of the 4th day. It's the 3rd day. The game has gone quickly. I see, and nowadays in Test cricket, 300 runs not a big score anymore. You know, when Sandy Roberts and those guys played, the reality is that I mean, when you made 260, 250, you made a lot of runs. A lot of runs are being scored in Test cricket, and I certainly, the game is so very advanced now. 2 days to go, I would be inclined to, basically bat, try to get a lead of 350 this evening, and maybe declare first thing in the morning.
well, it looks as if Roston Chase has now been dismissed, bowled for 194. So he has to go back to the pavilion, which now makes me agree with Andy Payne. We should have a bowl this evening.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, what Andy's saying is correct. I mean, the fact of the matter is that there are no 8 wickets down. It was a bit of a sweep shot there. I mean, he really gave it away there. Oh my golly, he would be very disappointed. That's the only thing that went wrong for the West Indies today. That Cap didn't get his double century, but he's batted very well. 194, 324 balls. Roston Chase goes back 225 for 8.
What a knock that was. And what was so good about it is the fact that he stood there with Django and rebuilt the innings. What a leader's knock that was. Coming from just 154 for 4 to 168 for 5 to 596.
What
for
the
6.
partnership was worth?
The partnership was worth 401.
Wow, that must be a record, I would imagine. It is a record.
Yes, it is a record. Is that the highest 6-wicket partnership in the
Ever,
world?
ever.
Yeah.
Oh, one with Andy Payne for the first time in his life. Looks as if the tail enders are having some fun now. Let's look at that dismissal. Look at the sweep. It hit the pad and then went back onto the leg stump. Oh no! There's Chase sweeping. Did it touch the pad?
I think that it got a bit of bat there.
Yeah, a bit of bat. Oh, he's very, very upset with himself, Roston Chase. I'm sure his critics will leave him alone for the time being, because there's several who reckon he should not even play. no less a person than Philo Wallace and Mason and Guess.
Oh, that's a sharp catch there from Preston Clark. I would love to see that again. Whoa. Andrew Mason, Preston Clark now took a screamer. Hit firmly back at him, and he dove to his right. And it just stuck in the hands. Whoa. Kemal Smith has to go back, and he looked disappointed. What a catch that was. Well done, Preston.
Yeah, well, they begin to lose their way here. The YMPC team, now 7 wickets down. And 2 runs away from batting points. You reckon YMPC should maybe look at the declaration this
No,
evening?
I would not advise them to look at a declaration. Not quite as yet, because there's still the likes of a Dwayne Smith at the crease. He could really push on in innings. And Shamar Marshall, he's no slouch
no,
at the
no
bat
slouch at all.
whatsoever.
The other thing too about the Antigua, the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Let's hope that on a Sunday, with the West Indies doing well, that we can get some more people to come and watch the game. I'm going to call Sir Andy Roberts and say to him, look, you must encourage people to come and watch cricket. So we may get a full house tomorrow at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. What a catch. What a catch. Beautiful camera work as well.
What a catch indeed from Preston Clark.
Hit that very hard. Hit that very hard indeed. And Preston Clark coming across and take a good catch. You know Preston very well.
Yes, very, very well. He's always been an athletic guy, so that catch takes me by no surprise. If you see Preston, right, he works so hard in the gym. Actually was my gym partner up to last year.
Do you work hard as well?
I do work hard in the gym. I enjoy working out. I believe that fitness is key, and if you're not able to be strong, then
yeah, I agree. Yeah, fitness is vitally important.
Fitness is key.
Even at my 10th year of 64, I tend to get a little jog. I'm going to take Andy Payne with me tomorrow morning.
Well,
And Kevin as well.
Well, we know that Andy Payne's exercise is golf. Fancies himself as quite the golfer.
And that's normally for the millionaires, huh? Tiger Woods and those guys. So 173 for 7. Andy Payne comes a call in at the top of the hour. So the West Indies women losing today, but still into the semi-finals. They're going to play much better, really. Surprised that Ranrat was dropped, actually. The Kiana Joseph, bit of a hit or miss, I must admit.
Well, why did that catch you by surprise, that Ramnarak was dropped?
Well, I mean, when I look at the construct of the set, first of all, the ground that they played on, the knowledge tells you that it's not the easiest. And if you notice that the West Indies struggled, there were some 59 dot balls, and the spinners dominated. And Ramnarat is normally a very, very tight spinner. Of course, Joseph is the left-arm spinner, but at the top of the innings, you know, you've got to be thankful for what you get from her. But generally, I would have played her, Ramnarat. But that didn't happen. Lovely paddle shot for a boundary.
Yeah, so Dwayne Smith, he's the man that needs to stand up here and rally his team to a good total. But as we speak, though, Andrew, Kimar Roach has been dismissed. LBW, he's reviewed it.
Yeah.
But it looks quite adjacent.
Yeah, he played across it. And, after that big partnership, see Roston Chase maybe consider now that declaration.
He looks to be considering.
Yeah, I think so, yeah. And the other thing, let's have a look to see what's happening there. Might have been umpire's call, so he's going to go. Yeah, it looked a little highish, but umpire's call. Do you like umpire's call?
I do, actually. I think that it keeps the human element involved in the game, because at the end of the day, the technology is not always 100% accurate. And when you have that margin of error for the umpires to have a say, whether it's right or wrong, I think that is a great initiative. So I believe that it should always be in play, because sometimes we may think that the technology is 100% accurate, but it isn't, you know, Andrew.
Right. Well, the declaration has come. I think it's a forced declaration because they were losing wickets. I just get the feeling that had, you know, maybe 8 wickets been down or 7, they would have continued. So sometimes it has to be a situation where wickets are taken in order for that kind of decision to be made. I don't have a problem with it at all. I mean, they're, 9 wickets down now and another half an hour to go. You're looking to get a wicket or 2 this evening. Shamar Joseph has got the speed to come in and try and nip at 1 or 2. But the West Indies are in a very good position here, and at least they should not lose the test match.
This certainly should not lose this test match. At worst, this test match ends in a draw. If West Indies are to lose, they would have to do something terribly wrong. A great first innings from the West Indies side. Those 626 for 9, 160.5 overs they batted. Led by Amir Jangu, 233 runs. And Roston Chase, 194 runs. What an innings that was.
All right, so coming up to the top of the hour, Andy Payne comes a calling, and I imagine he's going to have Wayne Holder with him. Is Wayne around? Or has he gone to Beckles Road?
Let's have a look. Yearwood into Smith, and he just goes over cover. Beautiful shot, and it goes into the boundary for 3 runs.
Yeah, he's a dangerous guy. Dwayne Rommel Smith from Story Gap in St. Michael wants to tell his story. And that's the story with the E. His story is without the E. So 182 for 7. So they've picked up those batting points. 2 they've got. So Kevin comes in to tell us that the West Indies have made a declaration, something that he doesn't agree with. Big cricket man is Kevin.
Well, you have to ask Kevin. He's next to you.
I understand he was a bit of an off spinner as well. Didn't turn it.
So he was a pacer from a short run.
Well, yeah, he didn't never turned it really. All right, well, I'm going to get over here now. Of course, 189 for 7. And to take us through on to the close, the dynamic combination of Andy Payne and his first officer, Wayne Holder.
So thanks to Andrew and your home Rashawn Hackett. Hackett's really got the wrath of Andrew Mason. Andrew Mason putting them on the ropes there, Wayne.
Yeah, you call that a grilling. But young Hackett, he's a fighter. He's
still working for his keep.
He worked himself out.
Yeah,
I think he did well, though.
he did well.
He did well. He came out ahead.
So
Yes,
sure.
we're heading up to Becker's Road, aren't we, Andy?
Yes.
At least as far as what we can see from here, and from all indications, something of a fight back here by the visiting Pickwick side.
Well, they were on a fight back, but then Mr. YMPC himself, Dwayne Romel Smith, the agent, he's playing an enterprising innings so far. I mean, he's 28 off just 11 deliveries at Beckles Road, 3s and 4s ground.
Typical Dwayne Smith. He bully himself.
Here he goes again through the leg side. One who just turns the pressure back on the opposition. Like you said, they picked up those 3 quick wickets in Kemal Smith, and Renako Belgrave. And then here Dwayne Smith came to the crease and showed his intent immediately.
Actually snatching that incentive for himself and for the YMPC side. And interesting as we see here, cricket washed out in all the other matches.
Yeah, the only live game going, I would think, in terms of the Elite Division. Clark 4 for 53, Rondre here with 3 for 75. The bowlers getting the wickets. This is how Jataria Prescott and Antonio Morris, the other 2 bowlers, used in this innings.
All the other games being played at Bank Hall. We had that game between Empire and Super Blend Gladiolo. Typically similar to this. The one at 3Ws, a top of the table kind of clash, as we see Smith on the back foot and crashing this one out of the boundary. Off the back foot, Andy Payne. I think that one traveling somewhere over the extra cover area and really showing the power of Dwayne Smith, where he just rocked back, give himself a bit of room and hit that one powerfully, and it went all the way out of the ground for the maximum at Becker's Road, which will be 4 to bring up the 200.
200 comes up. So this is good work here by the MPC and Dwayne Smith. A shot of class when that ball, like you said, just bang over extra cover off the back foot. Impressively played by Dwayne Smith. A man good enough to have registered a century on debut for the West Indies in the Test. I mean, we've come to likes Dwayne Smith for all of these powerful shots, and on the offside particularly, that was impressive.
Yeah, so the kind of cricketer that is the spectators kind of cricketer, one who is a true entertainer. Dwayne Smith, he plays the game with a kind of passion and a fire in his belly, and you can always be sure that Dwayne Smith is going to give you 101% whenever he steps onto a cricket ground, always looking to achieve the best that he can. Here he is now reviving this YMPC innings as Shamar Marshall, a young recruit to the YMPC side. I think this is now will be his 3rd season with the Becker's Road unit. Former Allen schoolboy, left arm orthodox spinner, and fancies himself with the bat.
He can hold his own, Shamar Marshall, like he said, one who you've known from Upbrain.
Well, yes, I'm seeing him grow from a fledgling, and his game has really improved over time. A very good friend of Shakir Paris, actually a mate of Shakir Paris in that Eden Lodge area, and I can tell you a story about himself and Shakir Paris during the lockdown for COVID. That pair had to run from the police on more than one occasion. Out on the hard court playing cricket when everybody was supposed to be locked down into your curtilage. But these 2 young men just couldn't resist the temptation to come out and play a game of cricket. And, they did a lot together. And I'm sure that there's no one more happy than Shamar for what Shakir has been able to achieve.
See, get a bit further on, but that looks like a stumping effected there by Ford, the keeper of Rondre Yearwood. So just going for an expansive drive. There was Shamar Marshall win and seems to have just lost his balance.
Yes, lifting that back foot.
And Ford whipping the bills off in a hurry.
Well, yes, and a bit adventurous there by Shamar Marshall. After all, you're batting with Dwayne Smith. So your job really is to try to, as much as possible, make sure you don't get out for 1, and for 2, look to get the strike back to the senior batter. And I thought Marshall getting a bit beside himself and looking for the big expansive drive. Good work there by Ford. Happened so easily, almost casual, but a dent into the fortunes or the hopes of the YMPC side. I'm sure that the next intention will be thinking of getting up to that 225.
Attack with his left arm unorthodox. Yeah, but it's just fighting. There is the NPC side. The new batter is Damian Davis. Like I said, his role would be to stay with Dwayne Smith to try to get up to that 225.
Yes, initially, umpire Junior Grimes signaling a dead ball. Here we're on the threshold now of a 5-wicket haul. Another 5-wicket haul. And we see Davis there looking quite comfortable. First ball, just stroking it up towards extra cover. No run, the end of that over. 202 for 8. Importantly, Dwayne Smith, the batter, on strike. And he has really been flowing ever since he came to the wicket. Didn't really take a lot of time to get into his stride. Hit the ground running, more or less. And he will be on strike.
Well, actually, man, it seems like Davis drove that ball straight.
Well, actually, the reaction from the fielder, my initial thought was that, yes, that ball was driven in the air. But the reaction, the lack of reaction, I should say, by the fielders for Pickwick really deceived me and fooled me totally. And even again, Dwayne Smith, I saw him turn back his partner, and Davis coolly took a. I guess that's what it comes down to.
They don't celebrate Davis's wicket.
Gary Austin, the last man for YMPC, comes to the middle. Ron Jerry would actually getting that 5th wicket with the scalp of Damian Davis. Davis out caught for naught. Actually, we can have a look at the actual scorecard here for YMPC.
And this is what we'll expect here now for Dwayne Smith just to farm the batting, really.
Davis actually out caught by Rohan Ryan for no score.
Yes.
First delivery. So it's going to be Clark, the right arm off spinner, to Smith. And Smith is hauling this one away. It's gone. Wait for the umpire to signal 4. Out of the ground. Swinging somewhere over the wideish mid-wicket, long on position. Beckers Road out to the eastern side of the Beckers Road ground.
Yes, Dwayne Smith knows this ground very well. But like 3 deliveries, he's allowed Gary Austin to face up to Preston Clark. So between Clark and Rondre here, they shared all 9 wickets.
All the 9 wickets who have fallen so far.
And with that, they've definitely given their side the 4 bowling points that we were speaking about earlier in the day.
Clark from the road end, and Austin getting this one into the onside.
Gets off the mark immediately. Looks like also a no ball being signaled there by the umpire. So you see the field spreading a bit deeper when Dwayne Smith comes on the strike.
I don't know how deep you can get at Beckers Road, a fairly tiny ground, and it's not very far that you're able to retreat. I think the longest boundary may very well be that one in the area of Cow Corner on that eastern side.
Well, you missed the discussion with Andrew Mason and Rashawn Hackett when they were on. As this one, he's gone for a big drive,
Smith
and he's
is
lost his wicket. So Dwayne Smith is out. He's bowled.
I think he dragged that one onto the stumps actually. So the two spin bowlers are equally sharing the 10 wickets, and Preston Clark now gets his 5th.
His 5 for 77 and 5 for 66 respectively.
Leaving Austin not out on one, and the YMPC team, the Bayview Hospital Urgent Care, YMPC, all out in 37.5 overs for 209. Dwayne Smith, the last man out, bowled by Preston Clark for 42 off just 19 balls. Smith, as a matter of fact, 20 balls he faced. He struck 4 fours. And, well, of course, the boundaries are 3s and 4s, so those 4s are maximums at Beckers Road. And Pickwick very happy with themselves, coming back very strongly. Well, after the tea interval and after the break, that break for rain.
Can tell you, Wayne, after the West Indies declaration, they seem to have got an early scalp. Jaden Seals picking up a wicket, so Sri Lanka in early trouble. 8 for 1 as Nasanka goes, caught by De Silva. Off of Seals for 3.
A double failure for Patum Nasanka,
So,
who would have started his test career right here in the Caribbean and has had a fairly impressive run since then, but nothing going his way this time. He was out in the very first over in the first innings, and here we see him going early again. We've also noticed that the umpires have removed the stumps, so I think they're going to be calling it a day here at Beckers Road. Umpires Michael Nurse and Junior Grimes, and removing the stumps. So that brings us to an early end to the first day. 209 all out. But just a quick run through then of the scorecard for the Beckers Road match, which we just seen the completion of the YMPC innings. Jadan Jones out for 16. Xavier Trotman no score. Edwin Currency 19. Najir Bishop 23. Kemal Smith 28. Kemar Jabari Smith 65. 54 balls, 7 fours. Renako Belgrave 1. Dwayne Smith 42 with 4 fours off 20 balls. Shamar Marshall 1. Damian Davis no score, and Gary Austin not out on 1. None for 30, Jataria Prescott. None for 26, Antonia Morris. Just the 4 bowlers used. Preston Clark 5 for 66, 15.4 overs, 3 maidens. And Ron Jaye with 14 overs, 3 maidens, 77 runs. And he picked up some 5 wickets. And here at the 3Ws Oval, we had the rains coming just around at 2 o'clock. The umpires making a decision sometime after 3 o'clock to call it a day. The showers did hold up briefly. There was some thought of maybe removing the covers, but the rain returned quite soon, and eventually the only decision to be made was to call it a day here. A truncated first day's play, 24.3 overs is all we got. And in that time, the visiting Wildey team, having won the toss and elected to bat, had reached 61 for the loss of 4 wickets. 2 wickets going to the left-arm orthodox spinner of Joshua Bishop, 2 for 13, while Shamar Holder and Calvin Marcus, the 2 fast men, are picking up a wicket apiece for UWI. So the match to continue next Saturday, and then come to be completed on Sunday next weekend in this crucial, I would like to say, clash between UWI and Wildey. Wildey starting on 67 and UWI on 69 points. Andy Payne, your final, I'll leave the final say for you.
Well, final for me is obviously, like you said, rain just had the better of this day's play. It's after 2 o'clock, like you rightfully said, the rains came and marred what was looking to be an excellent battle. Just Joshua Bishop was really coming into his own, picking up those 2 wickets. and really putting his team in a good position, the home side UE. Wildey, like you said, winning the toss. There's now up to the two batters there, Shane Paris and Neymar Boland. They would like to put on a good total for the team. A partnership is required, and this period needs to carry on. So after day one, losing quite a lot of play here because of the weather, it's the home team. They would think that they're in a better position, we're in the stronger position of the two. I was just going to tell you here in Antigua, 12-1, Sri Lanka still trailed by some 306 runs. A mammoth partnership between Captain Roston Chase getting it to 194. An impressive innings of 233 by the young Amir Jango in only his second test for the West Indies. So that is it for us here from the 3Ws Oval at the University of the West Indies in K-Phil. I can tell you, as we come back here again next Saturday, I'm sure, so bring the viewers up to par. Cricket will be a half an hour early, so the game should get going at 11:30, and then with the final day on Sunday. From K-Phil, I'm Andy Payne for the final time.